Hello everyone, this is another day here at World Junior Chess Championship 2022. Round 5 will start in about 1 minute, but we here have some time to review the previous rounds and also to check the bios and a little bit of information of the leaders that we have currently at this point.
Our technical crew prepared some bias for the leading players, right? So what was happening first 4 rounds is, well, I've already forgotten what was happening because there was a double round. It was very, very tough, I believe, for the players as well. the bottom line, nobody has the perfect score. Nobody won. I mean, none of those players won 4 games out of 4 games they've played. So it's, well, quite a broad tie in the open section, a little bit narrower tie in a women's section or girls section, with number 1 seeds both being in, let's say, in the open and the girls. Number 1 is still shared, joined for this tie for the first place. Right, from the open section we can count up to 8 players.
That's right. Showing first place, and in the girls section we have few
6,
players,
yeah?
but
6.
still no sole leader after round 4. We can take a closer look to the players, and let's bring up the bio of Samonenkov and learn a little bit about this player.
So Ukrainian young guy, Igor Samonenkov, I believe he's 13 years only. He is already, or was rather, champion under blah, as it usually goes, right? A young talent, and he starts by winning, under 10 category, or nowadays you can win under 8. He's become world champion under 8. So whenever you know how to move the knight, perhaps.
We have him on the screen, and it is visibly shown on the cameras that he's the youngest among
you
the
can
other
clearly see
players.
he's the youngest participant indeed. Right, so for the top boards, whom do we have? Yesipenko is back at board 1, at table 1, right? Because he's joint leader. Yesipenko faces Adam Kozak from Hungary. Then Keti, your compatriot, Kacharava on the second board with white against Frederick Svane. Volodar Murzin on board 3 against Gadim Baili. Abdallah, and Samonenkov against Sanis is board 4. So that's pretty much the pairing for the top boards for the leaders, right? I believe on board 5, where we have Ivic and Kosakowski, Jakub Kosakowski from Poland, I believe those guys have half point less than the leaders.
Yeah, that's right. And also in the women's section, it's quite tense situation right now. Maybe after this round we will know at least 2 shared leaders of the first place.
Yeah, not clear, right? Well, it goes, or rather, it went a little bit strange because we expected that during the double round people would be tired and maybe there'd be some draws and so on. No, it was a lot of results. But then the next day, for us it was yesterday, right? We've seen in both top 10 on both top 10 boards in the open and girls section a lot of draws.
Yeah.
So either people being tired or finally, matched with each other, like on a very, very high level. So the level of opposition rises game after game after game. Anyway, I believe in the open we've seen like a couple of decisive games only out of top 10, and I think today's round should be the opposite. So I expect a lot of results. But let's see. So the round has started. On board 1, we already have the Berlin defense. Okay, back to elite chess. Berlin defense and anti-Berlin, and yeah, we can go to sleep. At least it's not, not this Berlin with rook e1, which is known to be like extra boring. This one is at least promises us some entertainment. Yeah, we'll see. Once again to mention, I think I keep mentioning every day, but yes, Andrei Yesipenko, huge favorite if you look at the rating, but it takes him enormous effort to be on this course. So every game he gets an advantage relatively easily in the opening, but then something goes wrong, and like as I keep saying, like an average length of his game is perhaps more than 50 moves.
Yeah, every day he plays the games where he gets the increment and then he continues. And to be honest, before increment, before 40 moves, we cannot even predict the result because it's very even match. One of the reasons why he has a bit slow start can be that he played the European Club Cup just 2 days before this tournament, and he traveled right from Austria to here in Italy. This can be a reason that he might be already tired, because European Club Cup, where he played earlier, was quite tough competition to play against very strong grandmasters.
Yeah.
And you know, you need still some days to rest. We're not counting the traveling days because it's another type of the activities that gets chess players really, really tired.
Oh,
so
it's strange,
I think that might be the reason why Esipenko is a bit slow with the start.
Yeah, I just thought, well, it's it's very common for chess players to complain that we are tired, right?
Oh, yes,
we
we
played
do like
tournament,
that.
we are tired. Then we've traveled, we are tired, and then we had the training camp, and we are tired again. So when are we fit? When are we in a good shape? Never, never.
We like to be tired. That's it.
Yeah. All right. So, well, not the most exciting position anyway, so we can just switch to something else. Yeah, there'll be.
Yeah, this gonna be, I believe, more exciting later on when the.
Who knows?
We're
Yeah,
gonna
who
have
knows?
the.
Who
We're gonna
knows?
have the middle game, but we can go to the next game.
Yeah, let's see Kacherova. What does Kacherova play? So far, nothing. I mean, we can't really say what goes on. Okay, it's what is it called? Richter-Rauzer variation of Sicilian with Bishop G5. Yeah, the main move. And Kacherova is thinking, well, you keep pointing out that he's he's type of a guy who would play something very original in the opening, right? So I'm just curious to see what kind of surprise can be possibly brought here, because yeah, the main line is more or less. White has more or less established way of play, and then it's actually black who can come up with some sidelines, but you never know. You never know. On board 3.
Before we go to next board, let's learn a little bit more about our players. And Frederick Svane, very interesting chess player. We were looking his game yesterday, and we also saw some heartbreaking moments when he fighted so much and then in the end blundered the move and drew the game. He is the winner of the World Under-16 Chess Championship in 2020. He made 2 norms within 24 hours at the tournament of Hamburg, and also then he played in the Bundesliga. So this was a mysterious statement for me. I asked
how do you make 2 norms? Yeah, but okay, it's like you play 2 games like back to back, right? You finish this Hamburger SK tournament. In his case, next day you play the Bundesliga match, and Bundesliga is the tournament that goes the entire year, right? So you play your kind of last game in the Bundesliga, and all of a sudden they count all the games, and it turns out you've made a Grandmaster norm. But at first, when you see like 2 GM norms in 24 hours, you suspect it was like...
How is that even possible? So
bullet
it
or
is
something.
possible, but it happens once in a while, and not every player is capable for that. So that's very impressive result indeed.
Yeah.
And earlier, remember, we were talking, like, is he the brother of Rasmus
he's
Svane?
a brother of Rasmus Svane, and he also kind of catches up on the rating with his older brother. Not that big of a difference, and he is 7 years younger than Rasmus. Alrighty, so here we've seen some moves being played, still a theory, still not much to discuss here. Well, let's see what
This can get really sharp.
Yeah, that usually is quite sharp, but for now, let's move on. What do we do? Board 3, perhaps? Because I believe, so on board 3 we have 2 international masters playing each other. Volodar Murzin, who I believe is also like can consider to be a youngster. I believe he's older than Samonenko, but still, he's nowhere near 20 years old.
Yeah, that's right. He's quite young, but already playing at the Grandmaster level with his 25.57 rating currently in here. And we have seen some of nice games now on the screen. We have both players. And what about the position, current position?
What's the position? The position, let me see. So, a Caro-Kann defense, so-called two knights variation, knight f3, knight c3, d to e4, interesting. d to e4 is, well, it's possible, but not the most common. I think the most common reply is bishop g4 here, d4, knight e4, knight to f6, where you can normally just trade and go d4, but white plays queen e2. And I think we've witnessed this already, right? There was one game.
Yeah, one attempt of easy game with
94
waiting for knight d7, but this did not happen in that game.
Bishop e6, b3, interesting. Knight d7, bishop c4, knight f6, and queen e2. What amazes me that black doesn't really want to capture on c4. Black just went bishop d5.
Maybe he avoid capture because white can take with b pawn, open up the b file.
Yeah, I wonder how dangerous would it be. Yeah, maybe pawn takes, and then something like rook b1. So all in all, doesn't seem to be that promising for white. It's not one of those like main lines where you really struggle to equalize with black, but yeah, you know, something original. Bishop b2 potentially, maybe even castle long in some g4, who knows? So this might develop into something fresh. Anything, any like unorthodox openings? Anything like really?
There are some tempting games, and let me first find the names. There's Milovic and Avila, one of the last boards.
One of the last boards. Oh, well.
We have FIDE Master and Candidate Master playing in that match. I'm also gonna try. It's board 32.
32, it's not exactly the last boards, but yeah, okay. Yeah, but here, this one, at least we know what it is, right? It's closed Sicilian and then so-called Grand Prix attack, if I'm not mistaken, that's the name for it. G6, knight f3, bishop g7, and development of the bishop to c4 usually that's what sort of describes the Grand Prix attack, that you develop the bishop on c4 not fianchetto the bishop, do not play g3, bishop g2, but bishop c4, f-pawn moves early, and then f5, and so on. So here it's the same line with a twist, because white went a check on b5, and after bishop d7 he went bishop c4. That's interesting, to be honest. So knight c6, castles, e6, f5. So, as I said, you could have had this position with the bishop on c8. Now the bishop is on e7, or on d7, and potentially it's white who might benefit from this, because with the bishop,
like stuck, right?
With the bishop
like
on c8, like knight e7 and d5 is one of the ideas. Yeah, so maybe bishop on d7 is sort of misplaced, or at least this is clearly what white tries to prove. Yeah, interesting. Some new opening ideas from Milošević.
Right. Another very interesting situation is board 39. We have already quite an interesting setup, and all of this mess came from Caro-Kann.
Yeah, this is knight f6 in the Caro-Kann. Knight f6, knight takes, and e-pawn takes. I think at some point it was debated on quite a high level. So this line was knight f6 and capturing with the e-pawn. Among the others was played by world champion himself, Magnus Carlsen. Yeah, and up to some point, I believe this is like considered to be the most accurate moves. Yeah, white for whatever reason starts with bishop d3, queen c2, tries to provoke black to move one of his kingside pawns. Rook e8, knight goes to e2, not the bishop to e3, and then h5. Once again, and when I've seen this move for the first time, I thought that something strange is happening. But apparently that's the theory that's approved by the bot. That the most convenient for black way of defending the h7 pawn. Because if you go g6, then white apparently is not castling short, but prepares long castle and also will play h4. Try to open files on the king side. So h5 castles, h4, knight f4, queen c7, g3, knight d7, queen d1, knight goes here, queen goes here, and black played a strange looking move, queen to d7, so he wants queen g4 or something.
Yeah, or he can also do something like g5 next move, kick the knight, and then queen h3 with bishop g4, bishop f3 ideas, if he wants to keep the attack going.
So now it's white. White doesn't really react to this. Okay, so a5, and we are saying g5. I wouldn't be
g5 right away, or g5 after bishop takes f4. That's also a possibility.
g5. Oof. Also, bishop takes f4 and g5.
And g5, knight g6.
Oh, wait a second. But can't I take on g5 at the very least? Check. No, probably knight g6. Yeah, and it's kind of not enough. I'll have three. No, knight g6. I'll take, and I'll have 3 pawns at the very least. Maybe not knight g6. Maybe he just goes away somehow. Like king f8, king g8, and maybe I don't have more than a perpetual check. Yeah. All right. a4. There was some strange Petrov position that you were looking at, like knight e5, knight e4. Can you find this game?
Yes. There was. Before I find this one, we can go on the board 9. We remember the first round opponent of Esipenko, Galavis from Mexico. He's having very interesting position against Horvat.
Not only position, but look, I mean, he's up there very high, even though
among
he's
the leaders,
not too high rated, but so his rating is 2345, and I believe that he wins some rating for sure. All right, so there was so-called, no, never mind. I wanted to say it was Ragozin defense. It was, I'm not even sure how you call it. It's some sort of a hybrid. So it would be Ragozin defense if white knight would go on f3, right? You can have this via Nimzo Indian moves order, perhaps, but then d5 is not black's main option. Like, imagine black plays the Nimzo, 3 bishop b4, white goes bishop g5, but then d5 is not the main option. Anyway, some hybrid. G5, knight e4, okay. Knight to e2, h5, h4, takes, knight takes on h5, c6, a3, bishop e7, and g3. The kind of big question is if black can take on g3.
Knight g7 check.
Yes,
king
knight
e7.
g7, king e7, or even d7. I don't know. Maybe d7? No? Because this one's hanging, and the king will go to c7, where it seems to be safe. maybe e7 is fine, yeah. King e7 might be fine. So I'm not sure if white's idea to play g3 is that great. Yeah, g3, a3 play.
Maybe
he
knight
takes. Yeah,
takes
maybe he
g3.
takes, but then it's so ugly because you end up with your knight on h1, right? Rook takes, knight takes, black can perhaps even play queen h4, not really planning to win this knight or anything, but it's one of those situations. So those are two squares where queens are aimed at, and if you and also both players' king side is sort of loose, right? So if black plays say knight d7, white might want to go queen h5. So I'm thinking maybe black has to do this first, right? So queen h4, attack this guy. And not even sure if queen f3 works because of bishop g4. So maybe bishop g2 and then some knight d7 to f6 or first bishop f5. Yeah, looks very comfortable for black already. Okay. But yeah, you are absolutely right. It's a very original position to see.
Yeah, not happening every day.
Yeah, like white knight. How often do you have white knight on h1 in the opening? Not too often.
Right, the game that you asked before is happening on the board 20. We have
I just thought
here.
like it's a funny opening, right?
Yeah, it was at the beginning. It was really funny, but now it got a little bit boring, and that's why I didn't really suggest it because we have already queens off the board.
Yeah, but look, I think all of us were taught as kids that if you play the Petrov defense, then you absolutely cannot take on e4, right? You have to go d6, and that's what usually people are doing. Because after knight e4, white will go queen e2, you move the knight, and you lose after knight c6. That's, I remember, since being, I don't know, 6, since I was introduced to the game of chess. Right, and much later on, I've actually discovered that this is a tricky line that black can sort of gamble from time to time. It's not supposed to equalize if white does everything correctly. So queen e4 is right, yeah, d7, d6. So the knight is actually pinned. White is not a piece up. The knight will be lost. White should try to capitalize on extra pawn. So d4, de5, de5. Knight goes to c6. Here, I remember having this in rapid chess as white. And I went bishop f4 to protect the pawn. And the move here for black is g7, g5, interestingly. Okay. And yeah, and you go back, and he goes knight takes e5, puts the bishop on g7, something. It's quite a decent position for. But I went here, and guess what? Black is winning after f5.
No.
So this is pinned, and then f4, and I was just, kind of sleepy, not awake really. Okay. The guy plays g5. I'm thinking, what does he want? He probably wants to play bishop g7 and win back the pawn. Okay, let's put the bishop on g3 and see what happens. And and after f5 you can pretty much resign, because you're a piece down. Right. If I remember well, bishop b5 is critical here, but once again, I wouldn't bet on it. White simply went knight to c3. Black captured everything on e5. Knight b5 perhaps is the only way to try to pose some problems. Knight b5, and it's not very... It's not convenient for black to protect c7. Like, you don't want to go king d8. You might end up doing it.
You will end up with bishop f4, long castle checks.
Yeah.
You're not happy with that. You don't want to play bishop d6 because you're going to have the d6, backward pawn there
just
on d6.
Straight bishop f4 again. Yeah. Bishop f4 castle, much better for white. I guess the line should be check.
c3 and bishop a5.
c3 and bishop a5. And then white can go bishop f4 anyway. And say f6, otherwise you lose the pawn, right? f6. And at the very least, white will later on capture on e5 and isolate one of black's pawns. So I believe white should be better here in this line. And perhaps one more thing to mention, that you might think to start with bishop f4, but then in fact black goes bishop d6, and now knight b5 runs into knight f3.
Right.
Because this would lead to huge advantage if this wouldn't be a check, right? If there is no check for black, then what? Then white takes on d6 and he's much better. But check, takes on f4, the pawn is still defended, and it's black who's better.
Yeah, I'm just checking now how many games have been played here in the tons of game, and here white mainly goes bishop f4, bishop d6, and bishop g3 to avoid check. And at this point here, black has so many moves played already, starting with f6, bishop d7, h5 to chase the bishop on j3, castle, bishop g4, bishop f5. I think black has tried all kind of possibilities here.
So interestingly, not the most, not the most popular line, but still, people played it.
Yeah, played one.
People played it.
All right, shall we go to the girls section now and cover first top boards? And on the first board, we have a Canadian women grandmaster who played amazingly yesterday, had big advantage and outplayed her opponent. She is the zonal champion in Canada, 9 out of 9, impressive result. And now she's playing against highest rated player Salimova here, and we are having this kind of position for so many times at this event.
No, but that's somehow, as I've already mentioned, it was popular on, like, say, highest level during, I think, probably not in classical games. Now that I'm thinking, I guess it was played when during the pandemic, all those online events, and people were experimenting with this. Strangely, but then it vanished from the from classical, from the top level. But yeah, still very reliable system, and people do play it. Castles c6. So far, we've seen bishop f4,
yeah.
right?
Bishop f4 lines.
Not even sure if it's c6 or what you're supposed to. I remember studying this stuff, but who would remember what's the continuation is? It's quite possible that here you can actually play h6. Oh no, h6, bishop f4. No, it's probably the next move. Yeah, it's probably the next move if you castle. Yeah, but after castle. Yeah, you could castle here. Okay, this is the very important difference. Okay, black played c6 in the game, but here you can actually castle. And point being that if white goes with this bishop f4, which we've already seen, right, this idea, bishop f4, here you can take, and white didn't play h3. So black has bishop g4, and this is great for black because he exchanges this bishop, which runs into some danger, right? And also eliminates the knight, which would jump to e5.
Yeah, that's good.
So this
sounds really good.
Solid structure for black, and no problem. So castles, but then after castles, white can play h3, for instance, and we probably would transpose to the same. So c6, and I think we've seen exactly this position, right? White playing queen d2 or something. Yeah.
Let's now take a look of the bio of black player here, Salimova. She is the winner of Bulgarian Women's Chess Championship 2017, and this is the competition. Really top one to win the national championship.
So she's 18 years of age, and she won Bulgarian championship 5 years ago. So she was 13.
13.
That might be, very close to world record, to be honest. Like winning national championship at 13, yes, so very impressive.
She has become women grandmaster at the age of 15 and 10 months. This is also another impressive years to become for girls, because we know a lot of guys are achieving grandmaster title at the age of 14, 15, but for girls we're getting norms a little bit later, but she's exception in this case. For the moment, she is top 4 among girls. junior, and top 33 among the women worldwide. And her rating is 24-15 for the moment.
Yeah, 24-15 places you in top 50 for sure, right?
So if she become a women champion, national champion at the age of 13, that means that she was invited at the Olympic
Yeah, she probably
team?
did play in the Olympiad. I don't quite remember, but perhaps she did.
Perhaps she
Right,
did, yes.
so anyway, quite an achievement, winning national championship at the age of 13. Shall we take a look at like board 2, board 3?
We have to go on the board 2 and check it out.
This is something very solid, too solid to my liking. Another no, wait, what is this? So black pretends to play the Berlin defense, and after castles doesn't actually take on e4, but goes bishop e7, rook e1, d6. So this is, in fact, like what's called Steinitz defense. So if black would play d6 on move 3 and then go bishop e7 and knight f6, c3, castles d4. Why I'm pausing here? Because you can have exactly the same position with black being tempo up. Like if white is scared of the Berlin, or not scared, but doesn't know what to do in the Berlin endgame, he might play d3, and
Someone's
then
scared of Berlin at all.
the usual move is bishop c5, and this is what we see today in Yesipenko's game. But there is this move d6, which is not that terrible. And then imagine white goes castle, black goes here, white goes c3, black castles, rook e1, bishop d7, d4. Okay, that's one position, and let's compare it with and it's after d4 it's black to move, right? Let's compare it with our position, where after bishop d7 it was white to move. So I essentially got an extra tempo, which he spent, interestingly, on moving the bishop to f1. Yeah, makes sense. Goes to f1. It's a little bit awkward for black, because capturing on d4 sometimes would work if we are talking about gioco piano Italian. If your bishop is here, like on b6 or a7, so applies pressure on the center. But here, if you trade on d4, you give white a square for the knight. Well, basically, you don't want to trade unless you have some specific reason to. And other than that, it's not that easy for black at all to continue, right? So what moves are we playing? Bishop g4 could be the move. Because if you try to act like in Ruy Lopez, that's supposed to be rook e8, bishop f8, and so on. But after rook e8, I'm guessing d5 might be quite decent, because perhaps knight d8,
black's pieces
c4.
are so squeezed.
Yeah, and we have some weird King's Indian, where black has the bishop on e7. Also, rook e8 doesn't help black's main idea of pushing f5, right? So I would think white is somewhat better. Or he might as well, after rook e8, might as well postpone it for yet another move. I don't know, play some a4, who knows.
h3 also, to avoid bishop g4.
h3, yeah, bishop e7, d5 is also an option.
Right. While we're waiting some updates on this game, let's take a look at the bio of Kamalizonova and learn a little bit more about her. And I can see that a lot of people are supporting her.
17 years old.
She has quite of achievements, right? Look at this.
World Girls Under 19 champion in 2019, when she was, how old? Like 7? Now she's 17. The year is 2022. Yeah, so, cool. Asian Under 14 champion, Asian Under 12 champion, winner of Kazakhstani Youth Chess Championships. That's interesting, because, you know, when it comes to women's chess, Georgian school is known, right? And we discussed like all it comes from Nana, Nona, Maya, etc. But if we think recent years, a lot of strong players come from Kazakhstan.
Absolutely,
Like really.
they have a very strong girls squad right now.
Like national team, yeah?
They are really amazing, having very nice individual results. And as I know, chess is booming in Kazakhstan, and here we have the results, first results. Knowing from the social media, there are a lot of chess clubs and the schools and the academies organized by the current women champions and the members of the team. So that is one of the reasons why chess is so popular in Kazakhstan right now.
Yeah, and we might have kind of another wave in a few years, right? So someone becomes a star, opens an academy, kids joining,
they are perfect role models, right? They are perfect role models. And in some countries, like I can tell from my perspective from Georgia, if you are a chess player, if you are a successful chess player, have won some tournaments abroad worldwide, you are very much accepted in the society, and you have a bit of benefits out of this. People considers you very smart.
Yeah.
And they can see you as a leader for their team. So myself, I have been experienced this privilege on myself, and I can also tell about other girls too. So in some of the countries where chess is a culture of, you know.
Yeah, then chess player is sort of a local hero, if you like, yeah. Right, just clicking randomly between top 10 boards in search for something interesting or original. People do play English opening these days, right? People do play various. What's this game? Luisa Bashilina representing Germany on board 6, rated only 2073. So one of the underdogs who performs very well, right?
That's right.
And she went for his 3h4 move, which we've seen in one of the games. And yeah, I guess that's kind of the way you are supposed to be playing this line according to modern theory. I'm not sure about this king f. Yeah, probably you do play king f1. If I'm not sure about something, it's bishop e2. Is it bishop e2? Isn't it bishop d3? So that then you go. Anyway. Okay, king f1. Queen will go to c2. And the rook from a1 goes to e1, right? So the thing is, like, why king f1, one might ask? Because you don't really know where to castle. In fact, white is planning something on the king side, right? So logical suggestion would be, why don't you just castle long? But it's not easy. It's not easy to do.
You have to consider that the pawn on f2 might hang with the attack of the rook.
Yeah, and even if you somehow manage to, that's the wrong game. Sorry. Even if you somehow manage to castle long, black has the bishop on g7, and also this structure suggests that black will just go b5 somewhere, you know. So in fact, the king might be safe on f1, and if you castle short, it's very hard to justify why you went h4, right? So h4 still implies that we'll try to play h5 later and open the h file, so rook kind of good on h1. Rook's kind of good on h1. Castles knight h2. Okay, this doesn't look right, if you ask me, but yeah, who knows?
This looks like white was a little bit bothered by knight on g4, and she is challenging now this knight.
Yeah, you kind of want to get rid of this knight. Yeah, but now what happens? Like if black takes, h5 is still a thing. Yeah, h5 is still a thing.
You can if you play h5, then bishop
If
comes
you
on g5. That's
play
a
h5
bit unpleasant.
yourself, yeah, that's bishop g5 is the move.
Can we strike on the queen side somehow instead of h5?
To go for some,
And you know what?
like even b5 immediately, or
Yeah, either immediately or prepared with a6 and then b5.
but a6 a4 actually kind of delays b5, in fact, because you will also have to move the rook and so on. So I think if you play b5, it's right now, and then cb5 a6 is your usual Benko gambit style compensation. I don't know how much of a compensation black has, but at least it's known what to do. Yeah, and if knight takes, then you have knight e4 jump very often. In this case, it seems to be sufficient for at least like full compensation, because b2 is hanging. Now that we have an action going in the center and the queen side, rook on h2 is misplaced for sure. Right, so that's something that black perhaps should be doing.
Yeah, talking about the heavy theory on the board 9, right now we have this theoretical line. Yeah, over there.
Jana Schneider from Germany plays black against
Grozdanovic.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out what country. Serbia, from Serbia. This is, what's the name?
We can actually start from the beginning and show to our audience how it's possible to sacrifice a piece.
Do you know the name of it? There was a world champion who won his title in a match tournament in 1948, and his name was Mikhail Botvinnik. And among other things, he invented Botvinnik variation. I want to say, wait a second. I want to sound smart, but in fact, it's not. I've confused it, because Botvinnik.
I have to double check.
Look, what's called Botvinnik variation is c6 and not a6. It's just that position looked so familiar. I thought, yeah, okay, it has to be. But no, it's very similar ideas. So after e5, h6, and g5, white captures. Knight d7 takes bishop b7. I think white got tricked into this. White shouldn't be entering this one, because it's so, at least compared to Botvinnik variation, it's so much more comfortable for black. Because again, we can compare, imagine the same position, but the pawn is on a7 and the other pawn is on c6. So the bishop is blocked. You'll have to play c5 with black nevertheless, so that means you probably just win. Just purely win a tempo. A6 is a nice move, right? It protects the b5 pawn. And also, in Botvinnik variation, white is usually on time to play g3 and bishop g2 and establish this opposition of those bishops on the long diagonal. Now it's not even clear.
That can change so much, actually.
Not even clear what white has to do next, because, you know, black's plan is absolutely clear. c5, move the queen, castle long, and let's go.
You know now what happens? White sees that there's no c6 on the board, and she
d5
used that and pushed the d5 pawn, and it is black to move right now. According to the database I see now, black can play knight to c5 and guard e6 pawn in that way, or black can play bishop to h6, challenge the bishop, and then weaken the pawn on f6. Those two moves have been played here.
H6, well. Bishop h6.
Right, in the game I think knight c5 just happened, and black plays rather fast all this. 1 hour 27 minutes. Up to this point, move 12. I think that means that she's in theory.
She's certainly prepared. After knight c5. Yeah, it might quickly get somewhat unpleasant for white, because all those exchanges in the center, they do not really solve the problem of developing the king side. Bishop on f1, rook on h1 still remain on initial squares. Yeah, but really, if we compare with Botvinnik variation, it's much more favorable for black. Yeah, right. So that's one sharp game we have. On board 8, Miriam Mukherjee. Remember, we were talking a lot about this player.
Right. She really had tough
Yeah, she
starts,
had
but she won yesterday. So when you win one game, another game, then you are getting your confidence back.
Yeah.
So.
But here, yeah, it's too early to discuss something that's in kind of early opening stage. Here, what's here to discuss is why her opponent spent so much time on move 9 with white. So look, it's 1 hour 30 for black and 53 minutes already spent by, 53 minutes left, so that means about 40 minutes spent by white. Right, and
yeah, I think that was the most interesting situations in the girls section. So maybe we can go back in the open section and take a look at more of the games here. Have we checked game 4?
Not yet.
Okay. Yeah, okay, we can
we were
talk about
talking about Samonenkov a bit, but didn't check his game. So here we have, I have a new theory that probably there should be an age limit. Until certain age, you shouldn't be allowed to play d4 and c4. You should only go for e4 and open, you know, sharp openings. I mean, what is this? What is?
But I think that should be before you reach the age that you can now play d4 and c4 solid opening.
Yeah. No, but interestingly, it has, you know, it has an image. e4 is a sharp move, and then d4 is more solid.
Yeah.
But nowadays, if we check, after e4, the most popular lines are what? Gioco piano, and if Ruy-Lopez, then something, again, something closed, something very slowish. So maybe nowadays it's the opposite. So e4, e5 is the most solid, and then some...
d4 is more challenging.
After d4, it might get quite sharp, in fact. So what was here, it's the Nimzo Indian, right? The defense e3 castles, and bishop d2. I think this is, once again, not very popular move, but it was played, and it was also played on relatively high level. If I'm not mistaken, Hikaru did play, okay, maybe not this specific moves order, but something very similar in terms of the structure. He was getting such structures. Yeah, bishop d3, queen c2, rook e8, okay, a3, bishop takes c3, interestingly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this bishop d2 became very modern, popular these days, especially in online chess, and I can see big names like Blue Baum, for instance, playing bishop d2 constantly in his games.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you could keep the bishop and go to f8, but no. Black decides to capture, goes bishop a6, which is quite logical, right? When you exchange the bishop, you make sure that your knight will jump to e4 later on. So, what does white have to do here?
White can actually either ignore this and castle or take the bishop on a6, knight a6, and then at some point play knight e5, castles, f3 and e4 to try to control the center.
So I like capture because it sort of misplays black's knight, or at least you would think so. I don't know if we start with knight e5 or just castling short. Right, I'd say c5 is also not clear if you can safely play c5, because you have to consider white capturing. And then if you take back with this pawn, that these hanging pawns might prove to be weak, right? Also, the knight on a6 is sort of misplaced. If you take with the knight, you end up with an isolated pawn. Yeah, and if not c5, then indeed you've mentioned the plan, right? So knight goes to e5, f7, f3, and maybe this rook to e1 and e3, e4 eventually. So long strategic game in front of us.
Yeah,
All right.
I've once played bishop a6 even from a c8 in one tempo. And I thought if I trade the light square bishop, then I will not have this huge attack on the king side. And I think I relaxed too early. And then the moment that my opponent started f3 and e4, then I understood that my center was just falling down. So,
So you mean bishop a6 is a possibility right away? Yes,
It is.
that's true. But strangely, maybe you do not lose time with bishop b7 and then bishop a6, because white spends this tempo on a2, a3.
Which is very useful, I think.
You think so?
I think if you want to play at some point b4, why not to have guarded that pawn? Well, I would personally castle instead of a3 if I had choice between
like
the
this.
moves.
Yeah, castles.
Yeah, here.
Yeah, it's really confusing, to be honest, because like black plays rook e8. In my understanding, it's a preparation to hide the bishop back all the way to f8, right, and then go for c5. So let's say a3, bishop f8 seems to be perfectly sound. So
Yeah.
on d6, you really don't want to. Yeah, like bishop d6 allows knight b5, and white ends up trading this bishop.
Well, I thought after bishop c3 and bishop c3, black's idea was to play knight d4, as bishop is already on b7, rook is on e8, and you can take this bishop back at some point if you want.
Yeah, but it could be that this position is somewhat worse for black, because it's, how to say, I mean, it's not a real, like, Carl's, but with c6 and b7 pawn, we more or less know that it's safe, right? And this one, the c pawn is sort of weak unless you manage c5. I don't know how to go about that. Some people easily prove that this is okay. Anyway, bishop takes, bishop a6. Black still has a chance to go knight e4 later on, right? Anyway,
Yeah,
our computer evaluation says white is slightly better. Let's believe it.
Yeah, it's pleasant, I think, to play here with whites, as black is the one who has to find the weaknesses and dissolve the weaknesses then.
Okay, board 5, checking quickly. That's, I believe, I wanted to say I know what the opening was. No, I have no clue, in fact. It was this Caro-Kann, sorry. Yeah, it was this Caro-Kann with, it wasn't this Caro-Kann, it was the other Caro-Kann. So confused. Bishop d3, and we had, it was in girls, right? Queen c2, check, knight e2, h5. Here, white starts with knight e2, rook e8, queen c2. So exactly the same, but instead of h5, black plays f5. Which white, for whatever reason, no, he does take. I wanted to say he doesn't take, he does.
Is that just a
just a pawn sacrifice. Bishop e3, knight b6. Jumping here and there. Castles, knight c4, b3. g6, queen d3, takes, f5, rook e3. So black basically is pawn down after like 17 moves.
That's right. Well,
very surprising. Yeah.
There is this pawn on e3 a bit weak, but it's not really something that white is losing it right away, because black needs a lot of moves to prove that.
Yeah, it's not that black's lost or anything. Yeah, I can imagine just put the queen on e7, rook on d8, and just stand like this, wait further. But still, it wasn't really necessary to give up the pawn. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, let's just quickly check for crazy positions all the way to top 10.
I can suggest board 7, for instance.
Here you go.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Here you go. Look. So it is Gioco Piano Italian, d3, knight f6, h3. after castles, knight c3, d6. Oh, sorry, it was a6 first. And white goes a3. So they are both very mindful about their bishops, right? So black wants the bishop to be able to
Save
put
the
the bishop on
bishop,
a7, yeah, and white does the same. Okay, h7, h6. And white says, okay, we are doing almost the same, but the difference is I didn't really castle yet, right? And perhaps more experienced players, they actually know. In Gioco Piano, even with the pawn on c3 instead of the knight, he has a less symmetrical kind of lines. Sometimes it's important not to castle too early, right? Because you might run into something like this. g4, and all of a sudden white actually has quite a serious attacking potential to open files on the king side, right? Knight to h7, and white nevertheless pushes the pawn to g5. So after a capture on g5, I believe if you swap an extra pair of knights, yeah, white will take with the knight, of course, and white will go queen h5. That would be my guess. Black might be in a serious trouble. Because
yeah, g5 pawn is hanging.
Yeah,
you
white's
can't really
gonna win the pawn back.
Knight d4.
Yeah, you probably go king d4, sorry, knight d4, and no, wait, but I can still
G5.
take, right? But I can still take. This should be. No, this is. I've
queen g5.
blundered badly. Yes, of course.
Queen g5
Queen
and the
g5.
knight f3.
No, I just wanted to say that knight takes c2 might not be that scary, because evaluation goes like crazy here. I don't know. King d1? No?
That's funny, yeah.
King d1? But it drops all the... Yeah, so once again, you see, I mean, how annoying it is. We know from the computer assistance that white is winning, but how does he win? I have no clue. Knight d5.
I'm thinking about either knight c2 to challenge knight, or just to ignore that and play rook g1.
Rook g1? Seriously? Okay, that's correct. No, it's
so
not.
much.
No, it's not. Okay. Anyway. h4 could be the move as well. Like you go h4.
Oh, okay, I like that.
If g4, then you can play bishop g5. So that's now the pawn supports it. Anyway, that's all speculation. What I know that white really has a very serious initiative after this g5. And yeah,
Right.
and if the pawn takes, then it's rook g1 and still an attempt from white to use the g file to his advantage. And yeah, later on, of course, white will try to come up with the long castle. So that's an interesting development, like really early. Move 9, yeah, move 9. White already made it clear. I don't care about, center. I don't care about occupying any weak squares. I'm looking at the king. That's the only target. And even though it sounds a little bit primitive, like disclosure of your plans too early, but this is a very efficient tactic, to be honest. I mean, if you can attack your opponent's king, that's the
Why
most,
not to attack
that's the
the
most,
king?
yeah, that's the most valuable target on the board anyway. All right.
I wanted to check maybe the games of the girls who are playing in the open section. So Drew plays in one of the top
She's
boards.
around the 10th board all the time, yeah, I'm guessing. That's her game, actually. That's her game. And this is another of those... No. That's actually the Ragozin defense with exchange on f6 and e3. Rook c1. Used to be some theory here. c5, here castles, d takes, knight e4, queen e7, a3, bishop a5. What was the line? Yeah, maybe bishop a5 it is. Queen d4. Queen d6 and king f8. Sounds strange. Because I remember there used to be some theory where you know, like black would equalize completely. Here, maybe he also did, I'm not sure. Rook d1, knight d7. Maybe knight to c6.
Knight c6 looks...
yeah.
It's not somewhere here, bishop d7, bishop e8.
Yeah, that's
So
what...
knight c6 to start, and then bishop d7, bishop e8.
That's how you usually go about the development of this bishop. Yeah, so you just put it on e8, you trade all the rooks, and only then bishop comes to life. Yeah, knight d7, queen d6, king f8, white went queen f4. So the king on f8 is, of course, not ideal. But yeah, but perhaps not yet the situation to be desperate with.
No, it's not so bad here.
Even if, you know, even if she plays king g8 back.
I'm thinking about maybe knight f6 to challenge the knight.
Knight f6 possible. Then I believe it's not that scary for black if white trades, because you can take with the queens, with queens off. Your double pawns do not matter, right? I mean, so black will have no problem whatsoever.
So
yeah. So after knight f6, white should be looking for another way of developing the initiative, if this way exists, like knight e5, hoping for
knight
e4 where white has a check. Yeah. Maybe knight e5 stops black from developing his pieces for now, and who knows.
He also bishop d7 now will be more challenging, because then after knight f6, how you're going to capture.
Knight f6, yeah, you can't
take with the queen from knight d7, and you cannot take with the pawn because h6 pawn is hanging. So that's a bit of paralyzes the black's position.
Yeah. So if black already in trouble, not necessarily. Should have black played knight c6 instead of knight d7? The answer is yes. Knight d7 was much more solid.
Right. Another girl that plays here in this tournament in open section is from Hungary, and she is playing on the board 36 against FIDE master from Canada, Atanasov. And this player is Gal Shoka. And I think this position is very interesting.
So she plays with white. What's that? Not even sure how you call it. Okay, now after some transpositions or whatever, it's the Grunfeld with g3. Hang on. Yeah, knight c6, you take, you do this, d5. But this is a wrong line. This is a wrong line for black. You're not supposed to be reaching this position, and how do I know? Because I've reached this position once with black. Because usually, I think after castles you kind of have to take knight a3. Okay, this used to be kind of at least the old-fashioned theory. c3, b takes, c5, and so on. And the point is that, so usually, I mean, I'm just trying to point out the difference. If, let's say, d4, d5, I don't know, c4, still not possible to reach this position, right? How is that? I don't quite get it. Okay, anyway, let's get back to the game. So e4, knight b6, and after d5, knight a5. White still didn't play knight c3, so that's the main thing. So this position exists with different moves order, with the knight on c3, right? But since the knight is not yet on c3, there is queen e1, and you attack this guy, and then, okay. So bishop g5, bishop g5, bishop c1 is not too convincing. However, it worked. f5, queen b3, a4, a5, h4.
Well,
Black
she wants to play h5 and then ch6 or h takes g and then king g2 rook h1 is quite
Maybe.
nice idea to open up the h5.
Yeah, but h5 g5 you have to watch out for.
Oh, how about bishop g5 first then?
Maybe bishop g5. Yeah, I'm actually thinking that h4 is to make
bishop g5.
Yeah, to take more control of those squares because bishop f4 will not run into g5. Let's say also you might have bishop g5 at some point. What I'm almost sure is that black has to block the d pawn. Maybe not immediately, but eventually you need to have the knight on d6 because very often, like even with the pawn sacrifice and then opening all the diagonals, you know, jumping with the knight to d5, white might seize the initiative. So quite possibly knight d6, and then you just have to watch out for one thing. In fact, black's position is not bad at all. The only kind of clear weakness being the e6 square. So if you can manage so this knight never gets to e6 square, you're probably fine. And after I said that, I realized that maybe white should try to reach
knight f4,
should reach it immediately. Yeah, knight e2, knight f4, and this might be the reason, one of the reasons why white played h4, so that knight e2, knight f4 is possible.
Yeah, h4 is
h4 is a nice move anyway.
It has a lot of ideas.
Has good feeling to it,
not weakness
right?
in anything, so that's bishop g5 one thing, h5, king g2, and rook h1 another idea. And you are reserving this knight e2, knight f4 as well.
Yeah, it's not that clear how to continue with black, really. Like, where's the real counterplay, right? Why black sort of build up his position, controls a lot of dark squares, I understand, but what's the real counterplay? Because white has a lot of useful moves, yeah, king g2 as well, as you've mentioned, and then pushing the h-pawn. Believe white should be better here.
Wow, another very interesting position on the board, 39. Let's take a look at that.
Board 39 in the open, right?
Yeah.
Okay, what's that? Oof.
How the pawn got all the way from somewhere to h2.
But that's this game that we've looked at. Remember this queen d7 thing. Queen d7, a4, g5 indeed. Knight goes here and queen h3. And bishop g4 is a threat, right? So white, oops. And white's thought that he at the very least has the perpetual after bishop g5. Like you calculate fg5 check, and I have enough checks, and maybe I can even try to play for win. But yeah, but after this capture, you absolutely have to trade the queens. Then the bishop is hanging.
Could black play bishop g4 first instead of h takes g?
Queen takes h4.
And now f takes g. So my idea is to open up the h file for this.
So there is no perpetual, I mean.
I hope, I don't know.
This, check, but maybe white's not that unhappy. He has, how many? 3 pawns already. You can't really go here because queen
f6.
Queen check and queen takes bishop. Yes, so knight g6. And then
just take and then d6 bishop
you still collect. Yeah. For some reason, no. If you just take, it's probably bishop e7.
Then I'll take another pawn.
You'll have 4 pawns, yeah, that's right. You'll have 4 pawns, but the position is still unclear, I want to say, because, you know, pair of bishops, some weaknesses around the king, but yeah, black is not better, right? Black is not better, so therefore bishop g4 was discarded. Instead, black captured, took on h2, went... he didn't play a move, by the way.
Wow, very interesting position here.
Yeah, that's quite sharp, because potentially you might lose this h2 pawn with black, right? I mean, for now it looks like black achieved a lot, passed pawn on h2, you can say, but realistically, how often this pawn will promote? Practically never.
The king on h1.
Practically never, right?
Being close.
Kind of attacking the king also seems problematic. And white is looking for a way to trade those bishops, ideally. Like, again, f4, bishop e5, if I have the time, yeah, then
How
yeah.
about
Now
96 now?
96, yeah.
So
So that f4 you will win material
Yeah.
by capturing on g2 and then on f4. That's right. 96 and then, wait, but you've covered your rook, so I'm probably doing
I'm gonna
this now.
take, and bishop g2 is my threat, right?
Yeah. I keep forgetting that you're actually threatening to take.
That's why, yeah, 96
you're actually threatening to
place.
take. You're actually threatening.
Yeah.
So, but how do I do it? I should move the d3 bishop then, but you might go knight f4 anyway. Yeah, that's a nice move. That's a nice move, 95.
This king side
not
is
sure,
so it's not good.
Not really. Yeah.
Situation
Knight,
for a while.
knight f4 is quite serious. Knight f4 is quite serious. And if bishop c4, you probably win an exchange by doing this, right? Knight takes and you just take on f1. And this pawn actually is alive still.
Yeah.
I actually keep wondering why it is such a low advantage for black. I would expect it to be much higher. Yeah, so
Let's see if black plays 96 here. You know, if not 96,
Probably
then
does.
f4 can be played the next move, and if the pawn is gone from h2, then all the tens will be also off the board. Or something like rook e1 to unpin the rook.
knight g6 is another option, but yeah, 96 is
Yeah,
somewhat...
knight g6 gives this opportunity of capturing this g6 knight.
Yeah, you can take...
But also this is, not so bad position for black. Rook
No,
e2
it's not.
is
No,
something
it's
that black can
not.
play.
But yeah, but here, look, here white can play rook e1, unpin the knight, and then go bishop. No, again, I'm blundering something. No, the evaluation bar should be removed.
Rook f8.
Should be removed.
Removed.
The evaluation bar should be removed because it only causes confusion. King h1, black is thinking. Yes, so both knight e6, knight g6 lead to black's advantage. But wait a second. Now I don't understand something. If you look at the clock, white is on 1 hour 25.
Oh.
It's probably not a preparation. I think white was playing, I say part of it was preparation.
Yeah.
Say white gotten somewhere here by knowing the line. Then after queen d7, he maybe was just careless, played this, ran into g5, decided that there is no other move, went here. After queen h3, he maybe spent a few moves and said, okay, now I'm taking on g5, making a draw or something. And then
But
you
still,
have the only
he only
move.
spent 5
Yeah.
minutes from the starting clock, and then also there was increment
Yeah,
for
well,
each
so it's
move.
15 minutes, in fact,
Yeah.
right? So gotten a 10 minutes increment for the 20 moves that white made,
Yeah.
plus starting time was 1 hour 30, so 15 minutes to reach this position, 15 minutes to reach this unpleasant position. That part of the sentence doesn't make sense. Yeah, because, of course, I mean, if you play fast and you play good moves, that's kind of the best combination, but here it's a bit less appealing, I want to say. Anything? Millions of games.
Kind of like going things
100,000s of
slow
games.
at the boards that we were checking earlier, but yeah, we have so many games. For sure, we can choose one.
I want to say we have, I might be mistaken on this, but my guess is that if it's not the only, it's certainly one of the few games in this round where Grandmaster plays a Grandmaster. Board 1, open section, Yesipenko against Adam Kozak. So we might as well check it. But yeah, but this will be very, very slow.
Yeah, this is just purely the theory up to now.
Ray Lopez with D3 is, you see this and you say to yourself, okay, let's keep a couple of hours of this game and then maybe
Let's
it
start when we have
yeah,
no time on the clock.
maybe it gets a little bit more interesting. Yeah, A5 and D6. Yeah, A5 is typical. Just want to point out that A5 is typical. A4 is everybody knows like a4 you do play in the Spanish to kind of apply pressure on b5 and moreover develop the rook from a1, like not moving the rook, which is ideal type of development, like when your piece joins the action from the initial square. And after b4, a5 is very common. You could see this in anti-martial with d3 and so on. So just getting a little bit more space. Sometimes the bishop would go to c4 and won't be exposed to knight a5. That's one of the points of this a4 a5 move.
Right.
And black did play d6 here. Okay. d6. White can almost win a pawn by going bishop a4, trading the knight and taking cb4, but that's not the pawn that you like to win, I guess. Wait, but you can actually do it the other way around. You can take and go bishop d5, and I like this one much more.
And what if bishop d7 here?
Bishop d7, and then to try to take now.
And then rook b8 to challenge the pawn.
Rook b8. b5 now. Somehow it doesn't. It almost works, but not really. Bishop c4. No. But wait, but actually taking on f6 and playing bishop d5 is probably fine. I just shouldn't take on b4 then.
Mm-hmm. Maybe
just play but then rook b8 and knight e7 happens. So if I want to capitalize on my development lead, I have to do something immediately. Now this is, once again, these are positions that you sit and spend time. You can't really approach it in a matter of couple of minutes that we spend on commentary of this game. You spend, let's say, half an hour over the board, or ideally you spend a week at home, right? Before playing this position.
Yeah, that's how long it takes. Well, as the things are going a bit slow and we have not much of the development, why don't we take the first break right now, collect all the interesting games and wait for some moves to receive, and then we will be back in about few minutes. So guys, don't go anywhere, because this is round 5 at World Junior Chess Championship, and very likely we might know some of the players being the leaders or sole leaders here after this round, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone. This is round 5 at World Junior Chess Championship 2022 in Italy. I'm Keti, this is Mira, and we're having now the middle part of the round where things are going to get some shape and we might already have some decisive
Yeah.
results.
By the way, we didn't check before going for a break, but I think not a single result yet.
No.
Maybe something on like very low boards, but no.
No, unlike yesterday, we had yesterday the situation when one player got minus and another
think that
very early result.
There were
draws
very
and-
early draws or something. Yeah, none of that today. Like everything is in progress, right? So I suggest we start, Keti, with the game of your compatriot Kacharava Nikolazai against Svane. And yeah, just let's update on the position, how it looks like.
Yeah, this is quite lively opening. A lot
Yeah.
of things can happen.
Yeah, it's a queen d3 instead of queen d2. So that was when you said he's creative, he can come up with like interesting things. Yes, a queen d3. Well, this move does exist. If you ask me, I'm not even sure I can tell you what's the big difference, let's say, between having the queen on d3 or d2. But it is a little bit different. So bishop e7, knight f3, queen goes to a5, king b1, he captures. That's pretty standard once again, but with, say, queen on d2, queen e3. Now we could say, doesn't matter where the queen was. It went to e3, okay, fine. b5, f5, again.
So it's not quite standard. approach.
Standard things. H5 is also a very common move because otherwise white goes
queen
queen
h6.
h6 and
Bishop
later
e2, knight goes
yeah,
somewhere,
maybe
bishop h5.
bishop on h5 or sometimes even queen on h5
Yeah.
and it's very unpleasant, right? So h5 is standard and white captures on e6 and this is somewhat mysterious, right? So why would you take undouble black pawns and so on? But in fact, the idea behind this move, once again, as far as I understand, is that if you play bishop d3 or some, let's say, quote-unquote normal move, black goes b4, drives this knight away from the d5 square, and then black can play e5.
True.
And somehow this knight is restricted. Yes, there is d5 square for the black pieces, but yeah, sorry, for the white pieces, but somehow the knight's restricted, and maybe it's playable. Bishop will go to f8 and h6. And by exchanging on e6, now if black plays e5 eventually, not only d5 but f5 square is weak. So I'm just curious what's going to be his next move. Because
When you capture pawns like this, usually you prefer to have this tension in the center, then your follow-up is pretty sharp after that, right?
yes,
So
probably.
is there any move that white can consider?
I was thinking knight e2 and then direct this knight to f4, but regrettably black seems to have knight b4, and it's awkward for me to protect both pawns unless I'm coming back to c3, right?
Right.
So knight e2 does not really work.
How about knight h4 here as
Knight
g6 square is
h4 to
weakened?
g6, maybe. That might be an option as well. b4 is still something that bothers me. But maybe it's fine, yeah. Another idea could be to play g3. Because for some reason, I'm putting the bishop on d3, but you might consider playing g3 and then bishop h3 to apply pressure on e6 this way. It's also possible. Right. Down to half an hour, Kacharava. So it took him quite some time to come up with the opening moves, but still, position seems to be fine, and it's not a desperate situation on the clock just yet, right? It's move 15, yeah, potentially a time trouble, but not a big one.
Yeah, he has to make next moves rather fast or just spend some time now and then to have the follow-up and to make like 1, 2, 3 moves.
We'll have to speed up
in
at some
advance.
point for sure, right?
Miro, I do have some
Yeah,
very
tell
interesting
me.
situation in the positions to suggest in the girls section. Let's go there. On the board 12, we have this situation when
Board
h4,
12.
h7 pawn is gone.
What's this? It says black is better, even though white has some extra material. Bishop is hanging, and you'd be surprised, but this bishop is hanging as well. Black is threatening knight f6. All right, so how did this pawn go? Bishop d2, b4, c5. Whoa. Isn't it? Or is it some sort of a theory or not really? Bishop h7, knight f6. Here black was apparently winning somehow, but not bishop b8. Ah, wait, maybe just take on c5. She didn't take on c5 here. If black takes on c5, I think he... no, there is something. There is something after this c5 capture. It's interesting.
So I mean, for black?
Yeah, like the bishop is trapped, right?
Yeah.
The bishop is trapped, so we just need not to... maybe take this guy? Maybe just take this guy, then what happens? Maybe white can take b4 and run away with the bishop. Huh? Not clear at all. f5 drops e6. Confused. I'm confused. Anyway, bishop b8. Still black is better, but not winning. So black was winning.
f5 is the move, according
f5 is
to
the move, yeah.
Our engine friend, and now
Knight
this
b4.
is amazing. Bishop h2.
Bishop h2 now.
King takes h2, queen h4,
Yeah,
check.
King
then
goes,
another check from g5.
You give another check and then you go rook f6. Okay.
And that's going to be
Kinda
pretty much game over for white.
Missed this another check because I was thinking you have a queen on h4, you need the rook on g file and g6 is covered, right? But you can do it in different order. You give a check, king is forced to go to h file, and then rook f6 wins, pretty much wins the game. Because you have to give up the queen, and still this is hanging, the king is about to be checkmated. That's game for black. Right, after bishop b8, white apparently has the way to bail himself out of trouble, but not necessarily that I see one. What's the move for white? It's still pretty tough, I have to say.
The threat is knight d7
knight
to f6,
d7
right?
to f6 and just to take, yeah. Well, maybe white gives away a piece and claims that he has 3 pawns, like, I don't know, bishop a3, and then, okay, you win it. No, that's much better for black. Maybe steal some f5 and the same motif.
So many pieces are hanging here. Both bishops are just not coordinated, so...
Right, so black is better anyway. By the way, in this game, it's white who is higher rated, so we can talk about, lower rated players also having their chances.
We can take a look at the game on the 5th board, the same category. We have here Radikovic against Rudzinska. And I think 2 rounds ago, there was like the longest game without a piece where Rudzinska was holding the position. If you remember, there was extra piece for all the game, and they ended up in the very end game. And then she won yesterday, very nice game, and today she's also having nice position.
Okay. So some English opening. d3 of black just wins the a4 pawn. Something went terribly wrong for white, I want to say. Black is a pawn up. It's understandable white is trying to come up with an attack, but probably just doesn't work. Yeah. So top boards, once again, how is Salimova doing? Is it any... okay, that's very solid. Something unusual, I have to say.
She takes
Like
F3.
GF3 and E4 like this, knight F8,
Yeah.
E4, because one normally is worried about F4 square, but black somehow can't really gain control over F4. So white is about to build a huge center, I'm guessing.
I like this G takes F3. You want anyway to play F3 move. Sometimes that weakens the diagonal and black pushes C5. And with this move, you double the pawns.
So
Yeah,
she went bishop G3, yeah, bishop F3, GF, knight F8, and then just E4. Yeah, so one F pawn supports E4, the other F pawn
covers the diagonal.
supports the G3 bishop, for example. Yeah, next move being E5. Bishop F4. Still E5 is... Oh, wait a second. E5 is an exchange sacrifice. Maybe you maybe you can play. Can you play this silly move? Knight E2, because the bishop is pinned currently. So the rook is not threatened, right? It's just that I thought E5 looks nice, but then black actually takes on C1.
When you take the knight on F6 and bishop F4, right?
There's a check on E1 as well. Yeah, that's
even worse.
You probably still have kind of a game open after rook C1, because the knight is now attacked, and when the knight's moved, knight D5 will be possible to play. So it's still not like white is lost, but apparently has something better than that. So Salimova might be under some pressure, I want to say, after this E4. And it's probably for the first time our ELO favorite in any tournament gets under pressure. Yesipenko never been under pressure. I think he was always slightly better in every single game.
Yeah, just slightly better, maybe not winning. But Salimova, by the way, just captured the bishop, I believe, on G3.
Just went, yeah, bishop G3, which makes life much easier for white, of course. Who repairs his pawn structure. I believe H takes will be played, kind of having an extra chance of using the H file later on in the game. But after you exchange those bishops, what's going to be the follow-up? What's going to be the follow-up? Because white still has an idea of going E5 and winning the D5 pawn.
I still like white's
Yeah,
here.
isn't white just much better?
Yeah. In the players who play this opening and this setup, this is something that you want to achieve in all your games.
All right. On board 2, wow, we haven't been there for a while. It's the Ruy Lopez where white went bishop f1, right? And now it looks kind of Ruy Lopez, which turned into some sort of King's Indian.
What do you think about these pieces on the first rank? All of them, most.
Yeah, interesting. I didn't even pay attention. Yeah, it's like white is, but it's interestingly, you know, sometimes you can immediately tell. Let's say white is undeveloped or black's undeveloped. Here, is there a better square for this bishop? If we ask, not clear. Maybe D3 is better, but arguably, right?
Yeah.
For the bishop on C1, once again, yeah, maybe E3 is better if, let's say, E4 is not hanging and so on. But I mean, bishops do their job. It's kind of, you know, long range units, right? So they can do their job from the initial squares.
Yeah. So they have lunch break, as we have here in Italy, like from 1 to 2 p.m.
If anything, I want to say the rooks are not perfect, yeah?
Yeah, white prefers to have also kind of control over open files. So, but the thing is that white has such a pleasant space advantage that these pawns are creating, that this gives some time to white to, you know, move pieces, move pieces around. Maybe next move can be bishop to b2 or bishop to d2, bishop d3, and then white will eventually fight for the square, this file, a file. So, but I really worry about the bishop for black. This e7 bishop looks very, very passive there.
For the moment, yeah. I would probably start with rook a8, and then I think you have two options. You can try knight h7 and somehow exchange the bishop via g5, but maybe you'll have to take on f6 in this case. Or, it's a bit less realistic, but also much more ambitious, is to play c6, bishop to d8, and bishop to b6, to try to prove that this is different from the King's Indian. So in King's Indian, the bishop almost never gets to this diagonal. Here, it possibly can. Should be roughly equal, I believe. Yes, white has more space, but black controls the only open file in the position.
Black's only problem here can be the dark square bishop. That's all for the moment, right?
For now, yeah, black is relatively solid.
Right.
Something super sharp, no?
Yeah, I do have something super sharp. On the board 6 in the girls section, we have something really going on here in this position.
First of all, it didn't advance all that far from what we've seen here. They've reached relatively quickly, and then black spent like enormous amount of time. Went h5 eventually, after f3. Wait a second, but here you absolutely now you don't have to take on h2 because you no longer have knight e4. Back to e5, fine. And look what white is doing. g4, pawn takes, and f4. Looks like a, overestimation of white's chances. So, the whole logic behind this thing, yeah? Knight h2, white's fighting for the g4 square. If you go to e5 immediately, then of course f4, knight cannot return to g4, will have to go to d7, white gets a lot of space.
Sure.
So that's why black plays h5 first. Only after f3 returns to e5 and says if you go f4, knight will return. Yes.
But we were talking about this kind of position here. I was just curious, why not bishop g5 after h5?
Immediately.
Yeah.
h5, no, I mean, now you can't really do this. Yeah? After knight e5, maybe bishop g5 was the thing. But then once again, what's the... Yeah, bishop g5 perhaps was a good move, because, you can play queen d2 then and try to attempt to exchange the dark square bishop. White went with something very ambitious, which is... White basically says, okay, after f4 you want to jump to g4, so what I will do, I will sacrifice a pawn, so that g4 square is taken by your pawn, and then I will go f4. And I don't know how good objectively this line would be if black simply goes back.
Right.
Maybe it's playable, I don't know. But black found knight h5. And I think this makes it really hard for white.
So the idea of knight h5 is that after f
I think knight
takes
g3
e,
check, right?
knight g3,
There's
or
also-
bishop e5 maybe.
There's also queen h4,
Okay.
which you have to take into consideration. Bishop e5, I'm not that scared, I was thinking, because maybe I can take this guy. Yeah, I can. Knight g3 is more more materialistic approach, but computer doesn't like it. So going by the method of exclusion, I guess queen takes h4 is the move, right?
Yeah, that keeps the g4 pawn alive. That pins the knight and
pins
the
the
rook.
knight. Now knight
g3 is an
g3 is the
extra threat right now. G3,
G3 is the
bishop
threat as well.
h3, yeah.
G3 bishop h3 is a huge threat, right? And also, by the way,
Bishop
you
E5.
can just take on e5. You'll have 3 pawns and very bad, like very weak king on f1.
Knight g3, queen h3, bishop e5, bishop d4. So many mating chances.
Is there a move for white then? How do you go about this position? Because black is ready. Like if you don't take the knight, black is ready to go like g3. I don't know. Even going knight f3 is fine. Yeah. I think white just simply overestimated his chances when she went for this.
Well, actually, knight h5 is something that you can easily miss from far advance, right? When you are calculating the variations. I believe she just made a move, but we haven't received it yet. Oh, she took the
Takes,
knight on e5.
But what to do? She took the knight on e5, and now I'm wondering if black will play queen h4, because
Yeah.
might as well be that, you know, as black you just decide, okay, I'll go here, I'll take the knight, the rook, and then if white takes back, then I take the pawn on e5. But the thing is, the knight is trapped, right? So instead of capturing it immediately, white probably has some move like that, or, I don't know, bishop g5 intermediate might be an issue.
Well, this is kind of position when you just make the moves and you hope that your opponent misses the chances.
You mean with white, yeah, but there was no need to enter this position at first
True.
place, because like a couple of moves ago everything looked, well, solid at least. Okay, maybe white wasn't better, but you're absolutely right. Just go bishop g5, queen d2, rook e1, and yeah, see what happens. Okay, so some chances, or rather very good chances for black if she finds all the moves.
That's right. So far we have.
We have first result, I want to say, at least first for the girls section on board 25. Yekaterina
Oh, that's a peon.
Pipia won her
Pipia.
game. What happened was black. Black blundered badly. White probably is better, nevertheless. Yeah, but after a check on b3, black just blocked with the queen and overlooked bishop c4. I'm guessing.
Yeah. Well, Ekaterina is a Georgian player, and I don't know her well because when I was ending my youth category to play in the youth category, that's when she started to play chess. And now to see her at this event playing under 20 tournament, it makes me feel
Yeah.
really old. So, but I'm very happy to see her keeping to play chess at this high level and to play at the high competitions, and I can handle that bad feeling of feeling old.
Well, stop with it, right? I mean, maybe she's still like 9 and simply
she's
plays
not.
under 20.
She's not, unfortunately, she's not.
Right, and not
We might have another
result.
result in the girls section on the board 9, as this game is going really, really bad for Groz Tanjovic. We were looking at this game.
Yeah. This is the game when I acted clever and said, okay, Botvinnik system, but it was improved Botvinnik system for black. Yeah, d5, knight c5, and white kind of didn't suspect anything, just went with the flow. Knight d5 was exceptionally bad for whatever reason. Rook d8 probably was a better move somewhere. Bishop e4. But white failed to solve the problem of development for his piece. Oh, bishop g3. Bishop g3 is a serious miss. That's a serious miss.
So you cannot cover the check with the bishop because bishop takes f2 simply loses.
Yeah, the king is kind of overloaded in this case. You take on f2 and take on d1. Yeah.
King e2
bishop d3,
falls for
I guess.
bishop d3.
So white had no choice but to take, then trade of the rooks, and then rook f1. So black is an exchange up for the pawn, but white still... no, wait a second. White's losing the f1 bishop, right? If he tries to protect it, then bishop d3 wins it. Yes, kind of not to lose a piece, you have to take on e4, but then it's just, just everything falls apart. You lose the only kind of counterfactor in your position. The only factor that gives you a chance, the f6 pawn far advance, you just drop it, and then it's just an exchange for nothing for black. Black's completely winning.
Yeah. Shall we go to the last boards in the girls section, because last two games might also end rather fast. So let's take this chance.
Woman FIDE master from let me see.
South Africa.
From South Africa, rated 1,260. But how do you get the title FIDE? I think local championships?
I think it's they are nominated or they elect women FIDE master. So when you're winning the national championships, they are getting the titles to support them and to support players in that part of the world.
Okay, so what is this? It's Scandinavian defense, which went terribly wrong.
Yeah, I'm very
So far it's
skeptical
fine,
usually
yeah.
with this Scandinavian. I'm not big fan of bringing the queen too early in the opening.
Yeah, well, in reality, I think it's playable strangely, as nowadays we figure out that many openings are. It
Yeah, for sure. It's just it's not my taste
No,
to
but
play.
look, I mean, the more suspicious, it's obviously a suspicious opening, right? It's not the healthiest thing to do. So the moral of the story is that the more risk you take kind of on early moves, the narrower is pars for you to play further, right? So like you go e4, e5 and you play some Petrov and then you make an inaccurate move. And if it's not like really sharp position, okay, you're getting slightly worse, right? You make inaccurate move in the Scandinavian and you lose immediately. Very often this happens. So like here, right? It's move what? Move 11. You feel like it's
Something is wrong.
maybe proper time to resign with black, right? Because white's lead in development is tremendous, and of course compensates for only a pawn that white has sacrificed. So takes on e6. Well, probably was winning in many ways. Knight f5 would have won a piece, for example. Just to show off some tactical skills. d6, and then if you take on d6, bishop e6. No, okay, never mind. Never mind. Anyway.
I've just got the message from our team that we do have a guest in the studio. So shall we just stop for a moment here and take a very short break and welcome our
Who's going to be our guest? I'm wondering. Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna see that soon.
We'll come back with the guest.
welcome back. Here we are with the guest in the studio, and I am joined by one of the leaders who has already ended the game, international master from Azerbaijan, Abdullah Gadimbayli. Hello and welcome.
Hi, thank you for your invitation.
So your game has been ended rather fast than the other games. So what
Yeah.
was the decision of, have you planned to make like more or less like easy game today and take a rest for rest of the rounds?
Yeah,
Or?
I thought a little bit, I think, about this, but I wanted to push a little bit. But actually, I forgot the opening, so
Okay.
which I repeated just 15 minutes ago. Yeah, and
That happens,
yeah.
right?
And yeah, I got some position. I thought that if I push something, I can try, but I don't think there is something much.
All right, let's take the look at the opening, and please tell us which moment you meant and what was the opening. Maybe you can take it
Yeah.
from here. Okay.
Oh, yeah. So till here, yeah, I have the game like this with Solak I played, bishop e6, b3. He played bishop d5, but knight d7. Yes, I prepared this, bishop c4, knight f6, queen e2, bishop d5. And here I forgot all, you know, and I didn't find the move. So I think the move was the castle, because now there is not g6 or bishop b2 firstly. Now there's not g6. The thing is, if he plays e6, for example, castle,
Right.
e6, now knight e5, for example, bishop d6, now I have like this ideas, bishop d3, and with the continuation of c4.
The bishop on
So,
d5 is
yeah, bishop is
weirdly
trapped,
stacked.
yeah.
Yeah.
So if he takes, for example, after e6, for example, bishop takes, I can try something, b takes c, now rook b1, d3, you know, without any risk I can play. I can push f4 somewhere, f5, I don't know. The wilder game, so I think that there is no matter. I will play knight e5 firstly, can't take because of the mate.
Oh,
So,
beautiful.
yeah. But after he played g6, my all ideas has ended. And in the game I can't find. I played bishop b2, bishop g7. I think that maybe I can try long castling. But I'm not sure like this because I don't have any h4, h5 ideas now because he can take. So if it exchanges these bishops on c4, then continuation a5, b5, a4. So I'm a little bit late.
Right.
And I don't want to go to some risk, therefore I played castle. Castle. Firstly, I think that I will play bishop d3 with the same ideas. Then maybe c4, bishop c2, d4, try to do something, then h4, h5. So, but while in the game, I think that after knight d7, I have not any idea. Because of all the exchanges, now black can try to win. You know, these pawns are very bad. So if I take, maybe take with the queen, or first I take a b2, or I think there's not any special for me. Then I decide to play d4. Yeah, if it doesn't takes on c4, if it don't takes on c4, I will play bishop d3, c4. Now I'm better.
True.
But of course, he took. Now I think I can try a little bit, but now it's not working because the bishop is staying good, pawns are very good. So now rook b1, I need to, you know, waste some tempos. After queen a5, I have also some problems, or maybe somewhere knight d7, c5 ideas. So therefore I said that okay, let's play easily, like knight takes c4. Don't have the game, yeah?
No.
So
We
I
have
played-
15 minutes still.
Yeah, I played queen c7, so knight e5, rook f8. So if I play c4 here, he has a5 ideas, something like stuff. Yeah? a4, you know, I have not any. He hasn't any weaknesses to play. Yeah, and I have some I think I can have some problems here on b3 pawn, or if I play a4, queen b6. Okay, I'm sure that there's not any problem for me too, but you know, I have nothing to play.
Right.
So therefore I played rook a d1. Now if you play a5, I have a4 ideas. Maybe some knight c4, bishop e3, bishop c5 ideas. So I can do something, or I can play c4 lately, so rook d3, for example, like this.
Okay.
So I played knight d7. I had, I think, only one chance to play for winning. It was f4. But I didn't find any idea after e6. If I played g4 maybe, but,
Yeah, that's
but
too
g4.
risky, right?
Yeah, g4. I think c5 because he hasn't any weaknesses.
Mm-hmm.
I can't play for something. So therefore, if I played knight g4, it was like offering a draw. Knight f6, knight e5.
Mm-hmm.
So he also hasn't any ideas. But if I don't play some moves like f4, like a4, also, trying to make my mistakes. But okay, if I play just g3, h4, knight d2, knight g4, knight e5, he also hasn't any idea. So, and repetition was like this.
Right. And now I don't know if how correct is the time what we have now. We have 50 minutes and your opponent had 15 minutes about.
No, it wasn't like this. My opponent has 55 minutes, and I have 30 minutes.
Oh, so it's like
it's not
somewhat
correct.
wrong.
So it's not
Okay.
correct. If I have like this time, of course I can.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, like, maybe you could.
Of course, if I push f4, f5, now it
Yeah.
works maybe with this
Okay,
time.
okay. Tell us how long it usually takes for you to for the preparation before the game. Like, for instance, today. How was it yesterday?
Yeah, I'm preparing till the last minute.
Until the last minute.
Yeah, from the breakfast till the last minute. Yeah, only I'm having a lunch a little bit, then I'm going back, repeating, because okay, everyone has his choices. I am always doing like this till the last minute. Yeah.
All right. And how do you find this place, this island, and Italy for the tournament? Is it something that you use for instance, like to walk around, to relax before the round, or it doesn't really matter for you?
No, okay, I was in Club Cup in Austria, Meyerhofen. That city also was like this, with the mountains, with the lakes. That was so beautiful, and here also very beautiful. So I'm having a walk after the dinner, trying to find something near the sea. I'm having walk, very beautiful and very interesting city. It's my first time in Italy. Italy is one of I wanted to go.
Yeah.
That's country, and yeah, it's good.
Right. Your title is International Master. Do you have any Grandmaster norm
I
so
have
far?
Grandmaster norms, two norms. So we have one of them is 13 games,
Yes.
and second is 11 games. So,
Wow.
and
That's a
I'm
lot.
waiting. Yeah, I'm waiting for one norm. Yeah.
Okay, and you're also very close to 25, are you? You're like
I was
2490.
25.
Okay,
I
so
was
that's on the
25.
D. Okay.
6 years I was 2400 with 350, 40, and last month I go to up 505, then I go down 499. So I will try to go up here.
Right, and tell us how was COVID period for you? Because for many of the junior players, there was a quite hard moment because they were not playing, not increasing the rating, not getting the tournaments to play for the norms. So how you were dealing that
also
period?
it happened to me. I didn't play any tournaments 2 years. And after 2 years I played in Serbia this year 3 tournaments in a row, and I go minus 20. So of course if you're professional, you are not playing 1 year, it's very bad for you. 2 years it's also very bad. And yeah, I didn't play 2 years, and so I'm trying to play.
Come back
Come
now.
back. I'm trying to come back.
All right. I want to ask a little bit about yesterday's game because that was really, really crazy game. Maybe at some point I can also bring it up on the screen. First of all, tell us, was that preparation what you played?
Yeah, it was preparation till 26 move.
26. Oh
Yeah.
my God.
If we have
I'll try to get that one on the screen. Around
4 it was.
4.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
first
okay,
board.
let's-
Let's start very quickly. Yeah, just some
it
details.
was preparation. So till here. Here I think 5 minutes because I am repeating in the room. When I'm coming to game and I'm forgetting everything. So hopefully I reminded it. Okay, till here it was preparation.
Yeah.
Knight c6. This is the only way white can try. He find it. a6, queen a7.
Here at this point when you played knight to c6, your opponent played thought a lot, right?
Yeah.
So what was like your expectations at that moment? Maybe like he forgot the line he was coming up with something?
Probably he forgot because there is nothing more than knight c6 or maybe okay, I've worked with strong computers with this line or maybe other computers say something more, but I didn't understand after knight c6 he think much about 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Maybe he didn't repeat this one or nothing, but he didn't play e5 much. He played knight d2, second move here, third move. He played e5, then I decided to go this line because I think that he will not repeat it this, and it happened like this. But this is only way to white to try.
Okay. Tell us the point when the
The interesting
preparation
looks
ends.
queen a4, but after queen b6, no problem for black.
Okay.
So knight d4, knight e7, oh, okay. Rook b1, take. Here also an interesting line, knight c6, queen d7. You can, I don't know. So knight b8 doesn't work because queen takes. It's so interesting that it's better for black.
Knight is trapped on b8.
Yeah, knight is trapped, we will take it, and after castle, no problem for it's about -1. So I'm trying to remind, yeah, it was queen e4 line, castle, knight takes, queen takes. It's also the position like this, you know. Computer shows 0.2, but so if you know something much, you will keep this position.
So this is the line when you're
This is the
pieced down, and also but you have a compensation, right?
It's the second line as same. You know?
Yeah, and the line you played, it was also pieced down, but you had a compensation. So why you choose this opening to to go
the
for?
computer shows that it's no problem, you know? And if you are playing with this time, I think that I will keep this position easily. But it is the computer shows is zeros. It's easy draw.
Yeah.
But here, okay, I started to think here because I analyzed continuation also, but I didn't remind it. I didn't, so I repeated, but I forget all.
Okay.
So, but here, rook a3 is easier way.
Rook
rook a3.
to keep like this.
Yeah. So while the game I played rook c4, I think that here I will keep.
Yeah, tell us a little bit about g5. Like we were thinking maybe this g5 was something that caused you some like worries in some lines because there was moves like knight f7 and then g5 pawn was hanging.
Yeah, but if I played g6 again, rook b7, knight b5.
The same.
Knight b5, knight d6. So the same. The computer shows that g5. Computer shows its first line, so no problem. But here, the move was this. Oh yeah, no, a4. Here, not rook b4, h5. So I calculated this one. So knight b5, rook g4. So rook g4, g3. So what was the line? Oh, so there was an interesting line. I don't remember this. So okay.
That's fine. Yeah.
Okay, there was an interesting line. Okay, rook b4 was a mistake. I had to play h5, but computers keeps this position easily. But for the person, I understand after this game that it's very hard to play. If I don't play rook b4, there's knight b5, knight goes to d6.
Yeah.
And if I play rook b4, and I saw that knight c6 ideas, of course.
Yeah, when he played rook c3, you thought maybe it's kind of repetition, or
I know that there's.
you had the time on the clock.
Yeah, because white can't lose this position if he wants also. Yeah. So rook b2, there was a line that white also has getting about the winning position. I saw this while the game, but I hope that he will not see. Rook a8, it's not easy. Rook e7. So
and then f7.
and yeah, I saw this while the game, so it was, for me hard to take it. But he didn't see it. So rook f4. Here rook f5, rook f4. I understand that it's so hard to keep now, but I was trying to play just for a little bit, having some troubles for him, for gain some time and when he's on Z note, I can do some draws. Here I played well, but after knight f7, it's losing. Yeah, no way. Firstly shows that a3 doing draw, but it's not. So again, there was also interesting line I forgot. So yeah.
And
H5.
is it bad for you, this position?
But it's losing.
It's losing.
Yeah, after knight f7, it's losing.
Mm-hmm.
So I have only chances to play in the middle, h5. Somehow why I don't understand while the game, but then I analyzed that I understand, now I forgot. Okay. But king d2, I saw this in the game.
Mm-hmm.
I understand that it's losing. I have only one chance.
Is it the reason because your rook is trapped there on e5,
Yeah.
like weirdly?
I have not any idea.
Mm-hmm.
He can waste the tempo here, but I have no tempo. I need to give myself. So I'm not getting any tempo.
Mm-hmm. So at this point, were you already thinking that,
yeah, how can I do it? You know,
yeah.
26 move preparation and you're losing. It's equal position. You know, you remind that it's zeros. You know, you repeated it on the room. So yeah, I was here. Here I find an interesting line. So he was in Z not here. Knight c7 if he plays. While the game, I think that it's draw.
Okay.
But okay, it's also not draw. Rook f3, because there's not rook e6, rook e3 because king d7, knight signing. Check and king f7. So here I think that it is draw. If he checks, king g6, check, king f6. Yeah, it's draw. But here also on the room I analyzed there's only one way to win with white. It's knight c3. But of course, the person I think can't find in Z note. It takes knight a4. Now there is not rook h3. So rook g2 here. And okay, it's winning.
Wow, this is
So on the
crazy.
game, yeah, but knight c5 I think easier way was. That was my analyze while the game. So I played king e3, rook f2 here. So I calculated this when I play king to, okay, let's say. When I play king d6, I calculated this one. Rook f2 here, but I didn't.
Up to here?
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah, up to here. No, I calculated.
That's impressive.
Yeah, I calculated continuation. Rook h6 and king f7. I think that I will play king g7, then h4. It's easy draw. But I didn't see knight h6 move.
Knight g5.
Yeah, knight g5 and king can't go on g7.
Yeah.
So all my hopes are ended this game. So I decided to play just a little bit much, just try something. Like knight a6 also I didn't saw. Okay, then I said that some easy tactics. Where he's on z note, knight d4, c4 of course. So knight g5, and here I didn't understand why he played some rook a4. There's only way to not win this game. So knight f3 was easier, rook a1, rook a2. Of course, I saw in the game. I wanted to resign after a few moves. So rook a4, he was also very upset. Just d2.
And after rook a4, you understood it, that it was a
yeah, I was
blunder
like this,
right
you know.
away. Yeah.
When I played d3, I was like, I didn't look the board. I was like this, and when he played rook a4, he was like this, and I understand that. Okay, I have some chances. Yeah.
Yeah, on the screen we saw the reactions and emotions. It's so hard to not to be upset on yourself when you play only move to
the only
win, right?
only move not winning.
Yeah, and also it was very tough game for him to play this end game and then get some winning position, and then it just blow.
Yeah, he
blow
played
out.
very good in this game till the end. Yeah. But not rook a4. He was one of the best games, you know. A good player in the ending. So I didn't find the draw ways. I didn't understand the position. I'm 3 pawn up, but what to do?
Right.
Okay, then I understand that these positions are not
It's
so
a bit
easy.
tricky,
Yeah,
right?
it's not
It
so
also
easy.
just maybe requires sometimes to practice it and to understand the ideas, the small details. That
Yeah,
you
maybe I will
need.
need to play some training games
Yeah.
in this position, but I didn't.
That's
So-
all right. That's all right. So many rounds to go on, and it's very important for everyone to feel that you are in a good shape. Do you feel that you are in good shape and tournament goes on your way?
I hope. I hope.
Well, such a moves, like such a games. If you can save this kind of games, it's good sign, right? Is there anything planned for the rest day, or you're going to analyze the games and prepare for the next one, or you're going to take more easy and go outside and try some
I don't
Italian
know.
pizza?
Yeah, I will try some restaurants maybe, but I don't know. I have not any idea for rest day. No, but we have tomorrow game. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, after tomorrow is rest day. We will see. You know, I have not any idea.
Yeah, you're gonna say it. You can also it weathers what kind of weather we're gonna have here. So thank you so much to come here and to give us all the insights of 2 games. And wish you the best of the luck for the rest of the tournament. And let's hope that you come back here again to show us your game. So yeah, thanks very much. And good luck.
Thank you for your invitations. Thank you.
You guys, we're gonna take a very short break and we'll be back with Miro. We're back. This is not European, it's World Junior Chess Championship 2022, and we just had a guest here, one of the leaders in the European section, Abdullah Katimbaili, who gave us a lot of insights, not only today's game, but also yesterday's game. One of the most tense game on the first board, and now we know more details about him as a chess player and also about yesterday's game. So it was really pleasant to have him here at the interview. But all the actions is still going on in the other games.
Yeah,
and
we have a result on one of the higher boards. On board 9 in the open section, Dominic Horvath has won with black. And it was this this tricky game that you driven my attention to, like this G3 and G3, Knight H5 and so on. And apparently something went terribly wrong for White, straight from the opening, and then he failed to put up F5. Well, perhaps G4 is just a big mistake because bishop C2 comes with the tempo, and then black collects the E3 pawn. Queen F7, and just like everything falls apart basically. Rook takes C3. I suspect if you take back, then just some Queen D2 happens. So therefore, white went for kind of all-in attack. Rook D8. Well, interesting. Rook D8. Okay. Because if you take on H1, white actually takes D7 and then D6 and probably then the rook on H1.
Actually, it's a checkmate. Queen D8 next move.
Yeah,
The
right.
knight covers.
So this, knight D7, bishop G6, and black apparently is just winning. Knight check and king B8. Yeah, like everything is hanging all of a sudden.
No one takes the pieces alone.
Like queen is hanging, the knight's hanging, rook's hanging. Yeah.
And he plays king
No,
B8
but that's correct, because if you take, it's actually far less clear. White has a check, and then he takes the rook, and he's an exchange up, for which black maybe has some compensation. But yeah, king B8 is a precise move.
Very impressive game overall here. Played well, black won actually, but it was a lot of tactics and a lot of nuances.
Very intense game. Yeah, 26 moves. And it didn't take black that much time, though, to navigate all the complications. He wins this game with still 1 hour on the clock.
That's right. Miro, actually very interesting updates in this second board. Maybe we can take a look at that.
Yeah, sure. Kacharava, this one. Kacharava versus Svane. Well, we've seen this, right? Bishop D3, fair enough. Knight goes to knight goes to B4, and then E5, breaking through in the center. Rook takes C3 as the response. Yeah, exchange sacrifice. Check here. Queen C3. Check on A2. Bishop F8. Sneaky move.
Oh no.
So wants to give a check and then a checkmate from A1. Yeah. So Bishop F8. White goes Queen A3. Stops.
I think the thing goes wrong in this position for white because of bishop f8 resource here. That bishop goes in the dark.
Yeah, maybe. And look, and black just captured on E5. Apparently he could have done something. Yeah, okay, captures on E5. But this allows to trade the queens, right? Perhaps there was some better move once again. I mean, I'm purely looking at the evaluation, and apparently there was some better move. Yeah, Queen C4.
Queen C4 or first check, maybe Bishop H6 to force White to cover
to play knight
D5.
D2. Yeah. So F5, but still, I don't think White can actually do anything better than just trade, right? And then it's a check, knight goes back, so black is still absolutely fine. He has 2 pawns for an exchange, a massive, potentially massive center, right? I mean, now it's a little bit awkward, the king on d8 and so on, but imagine black kind of allowed to play a couple of moves, bishop to h6, let's say king on e7, or bishop to c5 and king to e7. And those pawns will start rolling. So I guess black must be fine, maybe even somewhat better.
Right. Let's now take a look at the first board, because here we have
some development as well. Yeah. Well, it's so tough to navigate these positions. I remember after d6, Yesipenko was thinking for a very long time, right?
Right.
And he ended up playing this sequence, then went queen b3, bishop e6, queen c4, and won a pawn, which black immediately wins back. No, d5. Okay. So currently white is a pawn up, but it's not so important. The b2 pawn is going to be lost sooner or later. Rook e6. I'm trying to understand if rook e6 is a threat. Not really. The queen is almost right? Trapped, but not yet. Yeah, queen a7, and then queen will run away to c5 or e3. So I'm really debating with myself. Can white play rook a2? to be greedy. Probably
To guard the
shouldn't.
pawn.
Probably shouldn't, right?
Maybe white should push this pawn as
Yeah, just
fast
move
as
the queen. Yeah,
possible,
move the
yeah.
queen and go a6. Probably that's what you do. Probably that's what you do. But anyway, rook
Rook
e1.
e1.
Rook e1 targeting e5. Now, all of a sudden, computer tends to prefer black. E4 is one move to make, maybe. Like a possible move.
I like this idea to
So you
open up
open
the
the
dark square
bishop and
yeah.
not even to take on b2, but if the knight leaves to go bishop d4, right? So
Right.
f2 is the target
And
now.
this knight on f3 is
awkward, right?
just like cannot go anywhere but on d2 square only, or capture and then to
Look,
go.
I mean, if we trade, the knight is like almost trapped.
Yeah.
Can white...
Queen c6 maybe, and then
here.
rook e6.
Queen c6, rook e6,
e6,
queen c5.
Bishop
I mean,
e7.
some tactics like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I thought rook d1 is kind of nice move. I don't know if this can consider to be a trap, but you cannot really take because rook d8 pins the rook from e8. Yeah, but yeah, black moves the queen somewhere. I think queen a8 is enough for a draw, for example. You probably will have to trade, and knight d2, and black will take the queen side, white will take the e4 pawn. I wonder if black can try to be ambitious here. That's also a question. Rook fe1, yeah. fe1 also spent 10 minutes on rook fe1. So now we'll see what Adam Kozak will come up with. And let me check board 4 just quickly. Samonenkov against Francesco Sonis. Even material and hard to assess structure. Really depends. Yeah, so black's to move. The knight is hanging. But yeah, but he just plays rook d8, and white knight from e5 will have to leave, which gives black the possibility to jump to c4 with the knight, or maybe play rook c4 and later. And I think, yeah, so like, you know, the structure, we could say white is better by structure, right? Simply d5 is weak, and then maybe we push the a pawn exchange, and then the other weakness. But because the knights are on the board,
Yeah, also black's knight has this very nice square on c4.
yeah, exactly.
And white's knight
the
has
outpost.
nothing like that.
I mean, you can go here and some knight f4, but yeah, then black chases it with g5.
Yeah, maybe you should do like that. You have to do some move, and why not to target the pawn on d5?
Yeah, I'm thinking, should white trade on c8 first? Because that's the moment when you force black to take with the queen, right? And if you don't take, then maybe knight c4 will be played, and the rooks will be kept on the board. Anyway, that's roughly equal. And I think if any side has to be careful, it's probably white, interestingly.
Right, I have a suggestion to go back to the game when we had this early g5 move, that's port 7. This now is very tense.
Is it tense, or white is just winning?
Queen
Hang on a
h2 is
second.
the move that I really don't see how black
How
is
to
going
stop,
to
yeah?
stop.
Well, yes, g5, h5, rook g1. Black tries to go g4 to block the g file. Now, if you take with the rook d5, it would have been the move. But yeah, still, that's b5, bishop d5, queen d7, rook to h1. And if, wait a sec, if black takes on g4, he decided not, knight d4 is terrible. Whoa. Knight d4, knight takes, and f4. And then the queen just gets to h2 and nothing to be done. Yeah. So this seems like a really quick victory for white. And it's already happening, right? f4, dc3, queen h2. Well, technically sacrificed two pieces, right? D
Yeah.
takes c3, c takes d2, but that's of course game over.
Really nicely played. From the moment White was allowed to play g5, from that moment he played
Right.
really amazingly. Like all these details, wow, is very impressive.
Ah, yes. Now the only way to avoid check, no, not the only, you can actually play like f6, right? Because I thought rook e8, but then it's a check, and you don't even need any sort of checkmates, because now you are grabbing material.
And then queen h8.
And then queen
gonna take
h8
the
and
rook
taking
as
the
well.
other rook, yeah. So not a lot of chances for black. f6 by any chance, yeah, f6 by any chance, but probably still bad, right? Ah, you take on a8, and if black takes back, you go f5, and you once again you trap the
Drop
bishop.
yeah.
Right, so white is winning, and I believe it's similar situation on the next board. Petkov against Jakab. I think white was much better here as well. Yeah. Whoa, what a weaknesses we have on those light squares.
Right, and it comes on f5, next move. Attacks the g7, h6.
Yeah, white's completely winning.
How are you going to stop that?
Yeah, it looked decent for a long while, and then something went wrong. e6 and f6 is not the move. Basically, perhaps anything was better than f6, right? Anything else
f6
would be better than f6. f6, knight h4, queen g4 is just game over. And also, black is very low on time. Yeah, today we have a lot of games, I think, where like the time spent is not equal. That like people tend to spend really lot of time in some positions. I can see another result, right? It's what? Nesterov winning against Petriashvili also. Wait, I thought it was a quick game, but they actually played fast. So the game itself was 37 moves, yeah, but they played pretty fast. Maybe, you know what happened? Maybe it was like some mistake in the opening, and then you just play fast because, okay, the position is lost just to make some
You don't
moves.
want to lose in 10 moves, so you
Yeah.
just play faster.
I don't know. This
already
already
shows
looks
big
bad. Yeah, I mean,
advantage.
this is what I don't understand. So it was what? Philidor defense, right? And then somehow it goes terribly. A dc4 is probably not the move already.
All right, you're getting this
And
pawn
yeah,
on
you
d6.
drop d6, and simply that white is better. And white is threatening rook d1 to win an exchange, so the king kinda has to go here, and then knight g5, and there is no defense against knight f7.
Right. How? Oh, f6 and then rook
f6
e6.
still knight
96.
96, yeah.
96. So he lost a lot of pawns.
Yeah, so 2 pawns up. Yeah, and somehow just fell apart. So
Talking about interesting
games,
the
yes.
game next to this one, this is board 11.
It's a previous board, yeah? 11,
Yeah,
okay.
this is interesting because both kings are
Somewhat
out there,
exposed,
yeah.
yeah, and the rook is on a5. How did it get there? We don't know. Well, yeah, something really sharp was happening. Last move being queen to d8 from f6. Okay, protecting c7. Ido Gorstein from Israel, right? And Abdurrahmanov from Uzbekistan, I'm guessing, yeah? Bishop takes, wow. Is it sound? Yeah, like the combination. The bishop takes d6, which computer does not approve. So if we just take, then white is winning, apparently, with rook d6 and some checks. But, there is, wait a second, there is
Bishop takes.
bishop d4, and if bishop c7, which I presume is what white is planning.
Rook c5.
Maybe, yeah, queen d5 kind of gives extra exchange, right? Because white has to trade, but this is not clear if it's winning.
Then
Knight
takes.
d4, right? Knight d4. And wait, and you take on d4. Does it work? cd4 and rook here. And this is a mistake, right?
b3.
b3. Okay, I should stop.
That's
I should stop
That's
finding.
So nice.
Should stop trying to find some tactics, because it's never ending, right? It's a sequence of 10 moves
so
and tactics,
beautiful.
tactics, and of course making a lot of mistakes on the way.
But this kind of tactics are very easily possible to miss. Just imagine you see all these crazy moves and then
And you miss
somewhere
b3
there's
in the
b3.
end. Yeah.
How can you even see so far?
Yeah, so finally some results in the middle of the pack, some draws. Believe closer to the lower boards there must be some victories for ELO favorites. Yes, there are, but yeah, not that many. Still a very well fought round. There's a lot of, especially on the top boards, like most of the games are still in progress.
On board 6, we do have also quite tense position.
So it's Stefansson, which was featured in one of our games, right? And
Right.
Batsu, wait a second, Batsu Ren from
Mongolia.
Mongolia. Yeah. What's going on? I mean, it's so sharp.
So many
So
pieces
sharp.
hanging,
I mean,
so
once
many
again,
pieces hanging.
everything is hanging, and it's move 18, and they're getting into time trouble, and somehow white pawn is on b6, and who's doing what? Don't understand at all. h3. Okay, this looks more or less normal. Okay, h3, d4 takes, and bishop g2.
Probably rook g1 now to attack the
Yeah.
bishop. Bishop d5 is the only move there. To
Rook
counterattack
g1,
the queen.
bishop d5, and then white.
White should go somewhere, maybe on c file to have this check.
To plan for queen c8, right? That's possible. Queen b4 drops the pawn. Yeah, if we go there. No, but wait a sec. Can I just say? Come on! It's once again. It's so complex.
Yeah.
Check.
7.
King e7, and then f2 is hanging. White has some bishop g. No.
Queen g5, yeah.
Bishop g5 is just queen g5. It's very, very sharp position indeed. Can one do something else? Like take on e5, for instance. You take this guy and some move.
b7, castles.
It really depends. The king probably can castle, right?
Probably, let's try. Yeah.
Allowed to castle, yeah. Because I remember I've committed this mistake a couple of times when you switch to some game which you originally was not following,
Yeah.
and you start explaining this line
Yeah.
and this line, and then you try to make a castle, and for some reason it's not allowed, and then you realize that the king was moving over it.
Actually, it happened recently, like 2 years ago at European Individual Championship, where white moved the rook on b1.
Then returned
rook
and castle
a1
long.
and the castle long. And players didn't realize it. The game lasted for, I don't know, 80 moves or something. And this player won. And then the game stopped in the middle because the computer obviously not allowed to castle, right? And there was a big news in social media and everywhere internet about this game.
Yeah, I was always wondering, can can we somehow improve this castle? Right? Maybe Kramnik's suggestion to play without castles. Maybe it gets rid of all this all this stuff.
That's bad because
We
all
still-
the time what I do, I very quickly develop the king side and castle first
Okay.
to feel safe, and then I do the rest of the things.
All right. So
That's
rook G1 's
actually
on the board, yeah?
interesting, right? Not to have right to castle.
No, but seriously, look, it's the only confusing rule, I'm guessing. Maybe not the only confusing, but most of, let's say, illegal moves with longer time controls. Obviously, when you're playing like blitz and you're on seconds, you can move the knight like a bishop or something like this, right? But like real confusion with longer time controls, it's castle only, perhaps, like because it's not the only example that you mentioned. I remember maybe 20 years ago at European, it was the same. That back then, I think there was no digital boards even.
Do you think
Not
if
all
it
of them.
happens, should arbiter interfere with it and stop the game, or how?
I mean, there has to be. We have to ask the arbiters. I think if you played the game till the end, then the results stay. But imagine, like we didn't pay attention. We play for 80 moves, and then I realized, come on. I think that by the rules of classical standard chess, it has to be returned to the position where illegal move was made. I think this is a bit stupid.
Oh wow! And the game can continue very long in that case, right? Yeah. So.
Right, you
questionable, but let's use this moment and ask our viewers on YouTube and also on Twitch what you guys think about this suggestion.
Castles.
Not to castle at all, to have some kind of variation of chess, because we have some kind of variations of chess, like Fischer chess, where it's very popular nowadays. And how about that? Not to castle
chess
at all.
without castles. Yeah. Well, Kramnik played a match against Anand like last year, I believe, right? Well, his intent was to say that, you don't have that much theory without castles, and maybe there will be something fresh. And I think if you check the match, they ended up playing still standard structures and so on. It's really hard to escape from. The same problem, at least I personally have with Fischer Random. That there's of course variety of positions, and some of them are interesting, but very often the position is so bizarre that your first intention is, let's trade some pieces so we can make this look normal. And when it looks normal, it means that you're just playing normal chess with a couple of pieces left. Right. So Fischer Random as a side discipline is absolutely fine, but I don't think it can substitute real chess.
Too complicated.
Usual chess. I don't know what's to be called real, but the chess that we are used to and
play
love.
for centuries already. All right, this game is extremely complicated, and this is the final position we have, and this is move 19 only. And the time situation is not for this position. It's not so good.
So we are going into the massive time trouble. I would think.
Yeah.
Must be a massive time trouble here. Unless someone blunders badly and the game abruptly ends.
The game has been ended on the open
Yespenko
section.
made the draw. All right. So exactly this. Yeah, e4, captured, rook d1, queen a8. I think I've mentioned this one. Yeah, and bishop b2, and it's a draw. So Yespenko makes another draw. This time he was held for a draw by Adam Kozak. So couldn't convert with white. Yeah,
Right.
Yespenko.
And now this leaves second board in very interesting situation. The winner of this game will be a sole leader.
No, really, no. I don't think so, because Samonenkov and
on the fourth board,
these guys also can be.
It's a more or less like more even than this second board.
I'm not sure, because it's like, it's probably equal, but it's not symmetrical, right? Anything can happen here. So I would agree with you if this pawn is on e6 and this pawn is on d5, like, you know, symmetrical structure and everything equal. And here, who knows, maybe black will manage to run with these pawns, right? Maybe white will break through in the center and win. So while it's equal, it's not drawish yet. That's what I'm thinking. a4, by the way, is probably a clever move to somewhat disrupt black's pawn advances. And also they are heading towards some sort of time trouble, but that's move 26, and the position is far less complex. Yeah. By now, actually, anyone who is playing must be heading towards the time trouble, right?
True.
Because we are approaching this time where like a lot of hassle starts. Let me see, any new results, any interesting...
We should go to the girls.
Yeah.
Girls section because something crazy is going on the first board.
Wait a second, what's that? First boards. We have to. Yeah. Whoa, black's winning. No. Black's winning, and why is that? It's white to move, and after g6, black is probably better.
Oh, the knight on c5 was simply gone.
Not really, if you play queen h3, for instance, because when you take, it's bishop f7.
No, in the
right?
current position.
But yeah, but that's what I'm saying, so that white played queen h6, and it turns out that the knight can be taken, so she more or less blundered that after bishop f7, knight f7 counterattacks the queen.
Oh wow, that's
and that's like, and there is no comeback from this, right? It's simply, like next move some queen e7 and extra piece dominant position.
How about
game
rook to
over.
h1 here?
Rook to h1 here, so that you have. You are preparing for my queen e7, right?
Yeah.
I probably,
So
I
there's
probably
the checkmate.
take, yeah, I probably take the other guy, and then there'll be a check, but not more than that. Yeah, king runs away to e7. Black is 2 pieces up. You probably can try to win one of them
With
back,
b3,
but only one
that's
of them.
not enough. Yeah.
Only one of them. Yeah.
Wow, that's a big upset, to be honest.
Brutal blunder. Yeah, that's a brutal blunder. Rook h1 is actually played. Yeah. Black has no reasons not to capture, I'm guessing.
And also there's no other move too.
Yeah, maybe this is not that bad.
But now take on f7.
Now you can take. Sorry. Yeah, now you can take. Yeah, so it actually is forced, you're right. Yeah, like if anything, maybe, moving the queen away, but why would you if you can take? Yes. That's correct. That's correct.
So that's good news for Salimova indeed too.
So Salimova is one of the leaders for sure, right? If she wins, and will she be the only leader?
Sole leader or joint leader?
Not really, not really, hard to tell. How many was, like 6 plays? 6?
In here we had 4. We had those 2 boards actually. No. Let me check very quickly.
I think it was 6, Goltseva for sure. It was 8 in the open section and 6 in girls. The board 2 is absolutely unclear. Middle game, even material, nobody's under attack. So this can last for very long. Not even sure who's better here, because white potentially has the b passed pawn, but black has the access to d4 square. Usually those positions are sort of balanced. Those factors sort of balance each other. Board 3.
Yeah, so in girls section we have 6 players, first 3 boards, and also this game is very
yes, board
important.
3 is also very important, and in game 3 Beidulaiva seemed to have, a serious advantage against Ekaterina Goltseva. And once again, super complicated, like rook p8, all taking pawns and stuff. Ooh, why white is better? Can someone tell me? No, not just better, but almost winning.
Yeah.
I understand what might be better because of, you know, kind of outside passed pawn and so on, but then the advantage is
It's
not
winning,
that,
yeah.
it's not that big, right? The
Yeah,
advantage is
something
not
should
that
be
big.
connected with the...
Some tactics, but which one? Knight d5. Does knight d5 lead anywhere? Yes, my point is that if black starts trading everything, I guess a lot of stuff is hanging.
Bishop
Like, yeah,
and
the
the
bishop's
rook.
hanging, the rook's hanging, and still there is rook d3, queen c5. Yeah, okay, this is understandable.
Actually, knight
Knight
d5
d5
is
is
on
on
the
the board.
board.
Yeah, knight d5 is on the board. So well played.
Yeah.
And black desperately needs to come up with some plan of saving this game, which won't be easy.
About to taken the rook b4 to attack the queen first? Like take knight d5, bishop takes d5.
To take here, and go rook
b4.
b4. Can I take on e6? Pawn takes.
And queen
And
somewhere on
some
e-file.
queen on e-file, yeah, e5 or e3 maybe, so that to keep this one attacked as well. Once again, I probably don't win immediately, but this looks quite serious advantage to me. Who knows though? Bishop c8, something like.
Yeah.
Because you also attack. No, bishop c8, queen c5.
Queen c5.
Queen c5. I mean, a4 is attacked, but regrettably I cannot take it immediately because white takes and checkmates the king. Okay, so that's a chance for another leader, right? For some reason, I think from now on there will be a lot of decisive results in the girls section on the very top. On boot 4, can we check boot 4? Just there was. I don't think we did. Everything symmetrical.
Yeah, very symmetrical.
Everything symmetrical, and also
position.
the engine says it's equal, so that's probably something for us to skip.
Maybe next game.
Board
four
5,
is-
yeah, I remember you mentioning that it was super sharp, and I think at some point it was an advantage for one of the sides, but now it's just yeah.
Black had a very
it's the
pleasant
game, yeah, it's
position.
the game where black won the pawn on a4 very quickly.
Yeah.
But white somehow managed to open the king side and probably has some sort of king side chances. White. Otherwise black is still a pawn up, right? And c4 is such a weak pawn that in any endgame pretty much that will happen, white probably drops the c4 pawn. But yeah, but for now the bishop got stuck on b3. And I can imagine, yeah, white goes king h1, goes rook c3, and then somehow brings all the pieces to the g file. It's not that easy to play with black, I got to say. I'm not sure if we start with king h1 or maybe rook c3, rook g3. White's chances, if there are any, certainly should be connected with the kingside attack, right?
Should something be with king h1?
Yeah, like king h1. Black also is going to play king h8, right? I wish the rook was already here. Then queen g2, queen g6, rook g3, white would win a queen. But this is apparently a bad move. I think today is some sort of special because there isn't a single clear position that, how this commentary usually works. You switch to some position and it's clear, right? Okay, white attacks here, black has to defend and so on and so on. You switch to the other game and it's also clear. And then when you stumble upon something like this, you say, okay, it's a very sharp game, and you move to the next one. But we are stuck with, I don't know, every single game we are checking, it's very sharp, it's unbalanced, and it's so hard to tell what...
You know what I'm thinking? It's not working right now, but at some point White can think of knight f6 moves, and then to get the pawn on f6, which will be super dangerous because you can always give this pawn away and open
the diagonal, yeah. But
right now it's not working because your queen on e2 is hanging and you don't have any intermediate checks. So I believe that the move like king h1 is always useful here in these positions.
Yeah. King h1. The problem with king h1 that I have is that after queen c6, I'm not sure what I'm doing. Rook f3, self-pin, yeah, maybe. Feels strange.
Well, queen g2 is a threat right now.
Yeah, queen g2 is a threat, I agree. And king h8 is
E6,
not possible because of e6. Yeah, maybe queen c6 is not great after all. King h1, king h8, this is what happened.
And now?
Knight f6 now. No.
So difficult position.
Still maybe rook c3 or... Because black is ready to oppose white forces on g file by putting rooks on g file himself, right? So white, of course, should be trying to get to the g file and also should be trying to open up this diagonal. But how to do it?
Maybe we can get the queen on third rank, something like queen e3 or queen d3 to get queen on h3. Yeah.
Queen d3, right? Possible. But look, somehow we probably missed something there because it immediately went like, black is winning. How is black winning here? Who knows? Okay.
Knight somewhere, knight f8 or something.
Something to point out that once again, it's clear that white is trying for an attack, right? And if something goes wrong and the queens are traded, it's immediately a win for black thanks to such a massive advantage on the queen side. Queen g2 was played, not queen d3. So threatening a checkmate. Also,
g8
of course,
is the move that black can play right away.
Yeah, rook g8. I believe the plan is to go to h3, and then there should be something for black, right? Check. But e6 is also a threat, right? If you are careless.
You know what I'm thinking? Maybe somewhere black can push a3 to...
yeah, so that the bishop is not on the diagonal.
No longer in the game.
Yeah, but and then wait a second. Then the bishop goes there. So you found this move.
For different reasons.
Yeah, but it works. Yes, it's actually so that's the whole tactical idea that you have to play a3 and bring the bishop to a4 and c6. Now it all adds up. Oh, finally we managed to deconstruct it.
Yeah.
And wait a second, we are shown...
The first game has been ended on the girls
section.
Salimova
wins. Wins, yeah, quite convincingly after her opponent blundered a knight on c5. So takes the lead, but very likely to be joined by by a winner of board 2 or 3, right? So I believe at least one game has to finish with the result. So we still keep eyes on like top 10 boards, even though I believe there might be like very exciting positions lower on, right?
Yeah, today all the games are super exciting, and we have really difficult time to choose the most exciting one because they are all looking great. There is also, we are in the girls section, right? There is also a very interesting game on the board 11.
Board 11. Ah, yeah, we were checking this one, I guess. Lara Schulze, sorry. Whoa, what's this?
White,
Bishop
white
on
king
A1.
should be checkmated, but there's no checkmate right away. For instance, like after bishop g3,
It's
king goes on
even-
f3.
It's even black to move, right?
Yeah.
King f3, and now white is apparently better because the queen is out of play. And you're saying white king has to be checkmate, but black king is also not safe, right? I mean,
Maybe
wow.
g takes f6 and queen g5.
A gf6, queen g5,
Yeah.
and so on. So it's once again like some crazy sharp position. Check king f2. Capture on h3. Maybe then king goes to e1, d1.
2 minutes, almost 3 minutes for white. This is indeed crazy game, and 10 more moves before the increment.
Right, and look, black actually kind of has to involve in these complications. He cannot just protect f6 and say, okay, let's play, right? So has to do something. Maybe bishop f4 to cover the diagonal. So if it's a check, we go, I don't know, g6.
Crazy.
Just to...
Where the queen goes now?
Yeah, I don't know. Not that many squares, to be honest.
Queen, let's say
Up to
d1.
no squares at all. I mean, you don't want to go to a2, right? With your king on f2.
Let's just put queen on d1, maybe.
Queen d1, but and strangely, at least the computer suggests that there is nothing for black. Bishop h3. And white wins somehow, or what? No, it's equal. Can't you see? It's an equal position.
How this
it's very
position is
easy.
equal.
It's very
Unbelievable.
easy. Everything is equal in chess. Just got message from...
Yeah, we have another interview. We're gonna keep this as a secret. You guys don't go anywhere because we have
Secret?
another participant, and we're going to take an interview from her or from him. We're gonna not say that. You're gonna. Check
I
it
don't
out.
know. Yeah, I don't know. You probably know, but you won't tell anyone.
No.
Right, okay, we'll be back shortly. Okay, welcome back. And this time it's me doing an interview with the top seed and as well the leader, for the moment the sole leader in the girls section. Welcome, Nurgul. How is it going for you so far?
Well, I won today, so the tournament is going okay. Well, I guess for now.
And could you please tell me, because I know well, from the stats, let's say you were the national champion already a few years ago and so on and so on, but what's your experience in juniors? Have you played juniors? Have you won juniors maybe? Or it's, yeah, because, pardon me, I'm not following that much, yes, if you'll tell me how many times you became world champion already, starting from under 8 or something like this.
I played actually under 20 only once in 2019, and I played really, really bad. So it's like, you know, my big dream to actually play well in this tournament, because the last time I played I was like 47th or something, and I was third seeded.
Ah, so you were already like very high seed back then?
Yeah, okay, yeah. It was 2019, I believe. And I actually became world champion once, 2015, I believe, under 12. But okay, it's too much time passed now, so looking for new good results.
Yeah, anyway, it's many more times that I've ever been world champion, so you know, matters for something. Quick look at today's game. Was it hard? Wasn't it hard? Just, yeah, if we get the position on the board, you tell me which were critical moments. Right?
Nothing really in the opening, I believe. I mean, I was surprised already in the opening, so I can't really say much here. Okay, let's just go a few moves.
So, interestingly, as you probably know, a lot of games, and we with Keti, we commentate like randomly, picking this game, that game. This position we had during the last 2 days like 5 times already. So it's very popular in this tournament, interestingly. Right, so bishop d3, castles c6, rook e1. I think what people were playing was early bishop f4. And then you kind of don't want to take because f5 is threatening, and they were speculating on this. Rook e1, queen c7, rook c1.
Okay, all normal, I guess.
Just
here I was surprised that I didn't expect her to let me take on f3. But okay, here I entered. Yeah, e4. I didn't like e4 because I don't know, like the center starts hanging a bit too much, I believe. And like you have quite a lot of weaknesses, and black is solid. But okay, I see now engine likes it. Interesting.
Oh, well, it's not the engine; it's the evaluation bar, which is okay. I will disclose a bit of a secret. Keti runs it to make me confused because you make a normal move and it changes the opinion. So I'm not sure if like the real engine, which you normally analyze, the deep one, will like or dislike it. We were not that pessimistic for White's position somewhere around here, but now I realize that you're absolutely right. The d4 is probably more of a liability. It looks nice.
I thought knight e6 actually, like instead of taking on e4, I was calculating knight e6, but and it would be great, but just knight d5, I believe.
Using the pin.
So that
using
fails
the
to knight
pin,
d5.
and then knight d5 pawn takes, and perhaps somehow it works for
White.
but
white is okay, I believe. So okay, but when I took on e4, it still looked comfortable for me because, as I said,
Pardon me, you have to go all the way back. I don't know how to do it better. Yeah, takes on e4, right?
Knight e6.
d5.
D5 only move, I guess, because with knight e2, knight g5, for example, it's already a bit too much pressure for white, I believe.
All right, so you're threatening this, the pawn's hanging. Oh, yeah. Well, maybe e5 is what white can try.
I don't believe in this.
Exchange, sacrifice, and like check king g2. You'll have to take. Well, actually, the weak computer kind of likes it.
Well, just knight d5, I thought then g6. I don't know. I don't really think it's a problem.
So you're not afraid. Okay, that's cool.
I wasn't.
I'm always wondering, by the way, like, what does it feel to be ELO favorite in this competition? Because, okay, I mean, I used to play chess. I've been ELO favorite in some like, random small open tournaments. That's kind of best achievement. But yeah, like, it's clear that all of your opponents, most of your opponents, they'll be super motivated, right? Okay, I'm playing the top seed, I'm playing this goal.
Yeah, I
So
think
is it extra pressure?
Well, I don't think so. I mean, I don't know. In general, like I always have like I always want to show my best, so it doesn't really matter if I'm number one or not. But okay, of course, like it's different feeling when you play actually against someone who has higher rating than you and someone who, you know, let's say like much less rated, and like you should win this game mostly.
Yeah,
So it's a bit of difference, yeah.
so it's a pressure on you in terms of rating even, right? So you, well, obviously you're playing for the title, but like any draw costs
Yeah, of
you a
course,
few
also,
ELO points, and I
yeah,
know
also.
people usually care a lot about ELO points. So knight d4, as you explained, perhaps, oh sorry, d5 perhaps was the only move.
Yeah.
And yeah, and then
Okay.
I think we didn't follow for quite some time, and when we came back, it was absolutely winning for you.
Well, here I wasn't sure actually what the evaluation was because I kind of felt like I misplayed something. And I mean, maybe it's equal, but I just felt like I had to do something better, but I couldn't find it.
So knight d7, you're going for e5,
Yeah.
takes over here.
I kind of felt relieved after dc6 because okay, now I like my position, like I have a very strong knight on d4, knight e5 is coming.
Yeah.
All my pieces are doing good job. f3 is quite weak, I believe.
Yeah, so perhaps she shouldn't have taken on c6, but
Well,
we don't know, right?
yeah.
I mean, so it's only the engine that will tell. And yeah, this one looks already
Yeah, it looks already
quite
better,
comfortable.
but
For you, and knight c5 is apparently a mistake.
yeah, this was a very shaky move. Like I don't really see the idea of it. Okay.
So she blundered with queen h6,
Yeah,
right?
it was a blunder, but I believe I'm also better here. Like if queen h3, I believe, because what else? And whatever, maybe king g7, because or h5. I was thinking
Yeah,
also.
strangely, you see, the engine is very happy. Yeah, maybe just h5.
Yeah, knight g4.
You don't really need to win this knight, yeah?
Yeah. Also, like a6 is hanging, but okay, I don't think it matters at all right now. And knight g4, knight f3 coming. That looks pretty good, I
Yeah,
believe.
looks very convincing, I have to say.
Yeah.
All right, so thank you very much. It was a pleasure having you here in this studio. Good luck, and yeah, hope to
Thank
see you
you.
again, maybe
you.
after the last round,
I
as
hope
you
so.
know, as the proud winner.
I hope
Good
so.
luck. Thank you very much.
Welcome back, everyone. This is World Junior Chess Championship 2022 in Sardinia, Italy, and we are having fifth round in progress, and we're approaching to the time trouble in most of the games. So we're going to take a look at some of the games right now, and let's bring the first board on the screen.
Right, so we just had an interview with Nargis Salimova, who happens to be the only, the sole leader for now, right? But she's unlikely to be the sole leader after this round because Beidulaeva, who also dropped only half a point, now seems to be completely winning. So Ekaterina Goltseva is going down, it seems. Move 33, both very low on time, yeah, but white is up a pawn, and I'm guessing it's not only that, but there must be something more to this position because the engine goes absolutely crazy about white's chances, simply says white's completely winning.
That's right. White has extra pawn, which is a passed pawn.
Yeah, but the evaluation of, say, +6 suggests that it's something more than just a passed pawn, right? And I'm...
Well, this passed pawn can go
I like
on a6
just to go
and very
mean?
close to be a queen, yeah.
Yeah, could be. I was actually thinking of some other move, which was bishop c4, but probably this is not very clever. Let me tell how much advantage do I drop. Well, quite a lot, but probably still winning. Why bishop c4? Because I want a checkmate with rook h6. But
that's
yeah, but
nice
black
idea.
black of course will trade the queens, and white still probably wins. Anyway, here it seems that white is in control, right?
Right, and we do have to a bit more than 2 minutes for white and less than 2 minutes for black, and they have to make still another 7 more moves.
7 moves to reach the time control, right?
White is
well,
thinking.
yeah, well, actually, out of top 5 boards, only board 1 has finished. We are approaching time trouble stages in many games. Interestingly, on the second board, a few moves ago, it was absolutely unclear what's going on, and then apparently some blunder happened, or I don't know what, but now it seems white has the advantage. So it was, yeah, it was this position, this structure, position changed, but the structure was like this for a while, so both sides maneuvering, and then over here, black went knight d4, queen a4, and d5, and apparently this d5 wasn't really a good move, because rook takes, queen d7, and maybe white's just a pawn up, no? After cd5, I mean, nothing fancy, just take, and so I'm wondering, was it necessary to give this pawn? Because black could go like rook b6, or even c5 is not that terrible. So perhaps black thought that, yeah, d5 is cool because...
I'm just breaking things down in the center before pawn is
opening
hanging.
the bishops, before is hanging, but apparently she miscalculated something, because now after rook c6, what do you even do? Queen d7 and cd5 plate, or... Yeah, it looks like cd5 plate and bishop takes b4 plate. So white is a pawn up. Still might be some difficulties converting, right? The knight is not ideal yet, but white's chances obviously are very good. Is this a move? Just thinking, probably not though. I thought I'm attacking both bishops, like bishop on g6 and bishop on b4, but I guess this is unpleasant. Then if I take on b4, some queen h3 might happen. Oof. And yeah, imagine how hard it is for them, because I at least don't have responsibility. I can suggest blunders and then take it back and then suggest more blunders. But
yeah,
for the
but
players,
also when you play for already, I don't know how many hours this game you know all the details.
yeah, at least
quite well.
you know what patterns work, what don't, and so on. White actually went queen d1, simply unpinning the rook, protecting the bishop. Might be a practical solution. Might be a practical solution. Just go queen d1, make sure that everything is protected. Maybe bring the knight to f3, so that it's somewhat better placed. And maybe you go h5 first, kick the bishop to h7. And
when
then
bishop is on h7, that creates extra problems
again,
for black, because then
back
on
rank,
the
yeah?
back rank there will be also always some checkmating threats. So I do like this move h5 here.
Yeah, so queen d1. If black doesn't take care of it, yeah, white will probably include h4, h3, h4, h5, pardon. And how about the open section? So here we already realized like everything is very, very sharp. How about the open section?
Well, we do have this second board and the fourth board still in progress. Both of these games are having last seconds on the clock before the increment. Although in this game there is 6 more moves to be played to get the time increment. So I believe something can happen before 40 moves here.
Absolutely. And yeah, in this one, it looks like black might be objectively winning, but both players on seconds and there is still room to blunder something. So pretty much anything can happen. On board 4, it's a little bit quieter. And here, I was thinking Tsatsalashvili was getting advantage, but now perhaps well, still, well, white has an extra pawn. Black has some threats apparently, like, don't know, queen g3, maybe attack the rook, then jump to h4. So it's very unclear again. But at least they have a little bit more time, and it's move what? Move 39. So this game will pass the time control. I suggest we could just, you know, stay
on the second board.
On the second board, it's 5 more moves and seconds on the clock. So something exciting, and also this game is quite important from
for standings.
like
That's
from
true.
tournament standings standpoint.
c3 has been played.
C3,
the bishop on
right.
b4 now is under attack.
But yeah, but you can go bishop e7, right, and just keep everything safe and sound, because I'm guessing black kind of does okay on material side of things. Black doesn't have to, let's say, doesn't have to invent something. He just has to keep the position solid, and then eventually those pawns will start going forward. So c3. Well, it doesn't hurt if you find some tactic and win immediately, but even if you don't, yeah, bishop to e7. Okay.
Maybe king c2 or something also very fast here from white to just not to do something wrong and to reach the, maybe on b2 can be
yeah,
safer.
like king b2 might be safer because king c2 potentially you are under this double attack, even though it's not possible right now, but yeah, but...
Oh, is there a f5 a threat here in fact? f5?
f5 e4 might be a threat, yeah. I was only looking at this knight f4 thing, but yeah, but maybe f5 e4 just a threat to win more material. But what then? What to do? Oh,
c4 has been played.
Okay, c4. Black can go to f4 back. Right? No, he went to b4. Okay, went to b4. Now what? Rook c3 is a possibility.
That's quite nice because then you are at the
you're
same
sort
line
of
as the king.
of threatening b takes, c takes b5.
Yeah, rook is on c3.
Rook c3. That's why I was thinking that maybe black had to take on b4 first, on c4 first, so that the
not
c
to open
file,
up the c file, right?
c file would be blocked, right? And now rook is on c3. Yes, rook c3.
Black is thinking how many moves? 2 more moves to be played.
Yeah, you can enter this sharp position, like takes, takes on g4, white takes on b5, black gets 3 passed pawns, but who knows, maybe some chances for white with, you know, his own passed pawn and also black king being slightly vulnerable. f5 immediately is played. Now I'm almost sure white has to take on b5.
Yeah, he took the pawn on b5.
He did, yeah?
Yeah, that's a 39 move.
So they are actually reaching the time control. f5, C takes b5.
E takes b5 is on the board.
b5.
And the final move to be made. I think G takes F, right?
Yeah, perhaps. Perhaps just... Well, on one hand, you let this rook protect the bishop, right? So, but yeah, but on the other,
Well,
where
there's
do you
knight
go?
F2.
Yeah, where do you, knight f2, kind of protecting.
And the game on the girls section has been ended on the third board. So they might...
Let me see. Board 3, Beidulaeva has won convincingly. So 2 leaders, and then here Kamalidenova also winning.
Yeah.
So
Oh, in fact, can we go back in the open section on the second board?
of course.
Is there some is there a blunder after G takes F5, E takes F5, and Bishop H5? Because I'm taking the pawn on F5.
You probably do. But is it? That's probably what happens, yeah.
Oh, okay. G takes F5, that's the move 40.
That's move 40.
And white
yeah.
already took the pawn back, and now it's... And black immediately stood up from the board. He needs to get some fresh air and relax a bit.
Let's see, bishop h5. Can black do something? Hang on. Wow, that's so tricky. I actually probably just would lose the pawn, right? Let's say go here, rook f5. And how do I do? And then this is probably a perpetual. Funny enough, this is a perpetual check. King b2 and go here. No, it's not. You can block with the rook, but yeah, but black is not losing this one, I guess. Black is not losing this one if yeah, 2 versus 1 with 2 bishops. So that's likely another draw. And on board 4, what happened? And on board 4, it's an equal position. It's an equal position, and yes, what was? And it's also board move 40. So everyone reached the time control. We still have at least half of the games from the top 10 being in progress. It's more than a half. Incredible. And hang on a second, how is Zhu doing? Zhu Jiner is in trouble, in fact. She's a pawn down and probably will lose. It's very hard to keep such endgames. Like white simply needs to bring the king closer to the king side, then attack those pawns when they're moving, and somehow bring the king in between. Yeah. So the A pawn serves as a
maybe something like A4, bishop B5 first to secure
you can protect it, but I'm actually thinking that perhaps you just keep it on A3. It's not that easy to get to it anyway. King A5, you will have bishop C2. Yeah. But you're right, A4, bishop B5 is also possible. Maybe just this to say, okay, your E6 pawn is kind of fixed, and no, I'm blundering a pawn like this now. Pawn moves are not good. Have to play king E2. All right. Evgeny on board 5. Haven't checked him in a while. And again, something crazy goes on. I don't quite understand. Wait a second. Who is to move? It's
white.
It's white to move. Pardon me, white's equal. Black is a pawn up, no?
Seems like.
Black is a pawn up, so... I mean, it might be that white makes a draw somehow, but the position is not equal.
Knight
right?
B5 maybe.
That's
what
like
white
this,
is
knight B5 and king, say king C. Yeah, king C5. It's not that trivial, right? Then Then black gets the passed pawn. I wouldn't be so sure. Rook takes c6. Not even some rook d3, or it's nonsense. Does create some threats.
Too many threats, too many pins, right?
Actually, like knight f5 double check and so on. And if say king c7, then I have and then I go knight b5 and take on e4. But yeah, the king is much more passive. Maybe the or even no, knight d6.
Knight d6
I cannot. Rook
d6,
d6. Yeah. Wow, so tricky. So this is Stefansson and Batsuren. Here black is completely winning. They've passed time control and black is completely winning according to an engine. And not only that, take g3, take on a2, and also
It's black to move, yeah.
Also from human perspective, black is also winning. It's not only according to engine.
Yeah,
right?
well, if you're not losing the pawn on a2 right away, maybe you could hope something, but with two less pawns in the queen.
Wait a second.
game.
Can this be that this wins even faster?
How about king h2?
King h2, knight g3, no?
And queen c1.
Queen c1. No, but even queen c1.
Oh, queen c3.
Queen c3. Not to let me trade the queen.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, okay. It's not needed, right? Okay, maybe black even wins this way, but why would you need it if you can take the rook, then take a2 and be 2 pawns up in the endgame? Yeah. So there was board 6, board 7 also. Wait a second. Board 7, white still did not win, but he's winning. Yeah?
Yeah, this is winning position.
It was, remember that this game where white was seemingly getting black checkmated on the h file. Somehow black.
Oh,
somehow
this game
black
has
did,
been
yes,
survived
exactly.
so long. Okay.
Somehow black did not lose immediately, but yeah, he's losing anyway.
Yeah, okay, there was a slow game.
He's losing anyway. Not so much hope for black. They've actually reached the time control a few moves ago, and black is about to enter the second time trouble, second and the final one. And on board 8, white was completely winning and still is. Yeah, b7 drops after rook b5, rook takes. So nothing to talk about. It's not over yet, though.
Well, to be honest, then you can very easily sacrifice, exchange back, and win the pawn endgame, right?
Mm-hmm. No, I mean, it's not over. That's why I'm surprised. But then I realized, it's move 42, so maybe, it was a time trouble, and then he just made an extra move, and now he's thinking basically not about how to play this position, but kind of comes to terms with what has just happened and what to do next, kind of in the next rounds. So a lot of results potentially on the upper board, but it seems that all of our leaders, it's non-zero probability that all of our leaders in the open section will make draws. Kacharava found bishop h5, no surprises, not that we doubted him finding it. Bishop
right, and this clears up more the board, because earlier it was so complicated. Black had too many pieces all over the board, and now this is probably not any better for white, but it's not worse anymore.
Yeah, it's not worse, and that's what's important.
Shall we go to the girls
section
and take a look what's going on the second
two
board?
leaders and then second board is in play. Move 41 was rook to b6. So it's only one move happened. We said queen. No, there've been more than one move. h5. Eventually rook b6. Why rook b6? To be able to play rook b1 if black goes rook a1. Okay. But you know what? I think actually after the time control, it's this moment when not much is happening, at least
They're
on the top boards,
taking-
because they've just reached this move 40, they get half an hour increment, and also the positions, it's either the game has finished or the position is still very complex. So let's just check what the positions look after the time control. So that's board 2. Board 4 is still in progress, where black is winning, it seems, after rook e6. Because why? Because
Knight on c6
too many
sort of
threats, right?
dropped.
Knight on c6 is hanging. Bishop c5, knight c5 wins a piece. Yeah, queen attacked and the knight drops. And otherwise, yeah, bless you. Otherwise, the knight's attacked and nowhere to go, it seems. Yeah, like knight d1 or knight d8, even rook d6 is possible, rook e7 is possible.
Yeah, too many threats,
take
right?
on e3,
So
yeah.
knight and the queen are really misplaced out there, and also bishop
Yeah.
on e3 is hanging. So
Sort of out of play, yeah. So black perhaps wins there. On board 4. It's this game, still going. No. No, it's not going. Black found a3. Look.
wow,
Queen
that's
g2,
nice.
rook g8, knight g3, a3.
Nice, 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 nice. Very impressive.
And bishop a4 and bishop c6. Knight f. Wow, that's a cool trick. Because if you take, it's queen e3,
Queen
and
e3,
then
yeah.
on
Queen
c1.
c1. Nice. And you're getting this knight at a very nice position.
Check,
From
and
d7,
then
you can
check,
go
yeah.
on e4 or g4.
Queen h6, no.
Pin.
The
Rook
knight
g6?
is pinned. Rook g6. Queen h4.
No,
the
rook
knight is
e6,
pinned.
yeah.
But so is white's pawn. So black goes rook d2, and still
Rook
you
g2
cannot
is
take
a
it with the...
threat.
Yeah, rook d1, and rook g2, and king goes, and knight g4. Wow.
Ouch.
What a mess. Check, king goes here, check, rook d7 is a joke, no? No, it's not. It's not a joke at all.
So what's the
What's the
idea?
point? Yeah, what's the point? If you take with the bishop, that's what happened in the game, white takes the rook. If you take with the queen, then e6 check, as far as I understand.
Oh, nice.
And white is winning all of a sudden, because this bishop, even though it's on a1, it's still there. So it's actually a nice trick, because you know,
So many tricks
it
in
looks,
this game.
Rook d7 looks like okay, white was
Yeah.
about to resign. Let's give this piece for free. So
Yeah.
and then just bang the door and leave.
So after bishop d7,
bishop
white
d7,
takes
king
the key,
takes.
rook.
And black apparently is still completely winning with, I don't know, just back to c6 perhaps. Just wins on the material maybe. Maybe black doesn't really need to like win on a spot, but just give a check. And ideally you would like the queen to join somehow, yeah? But
Right.
it probably is not getting there. Queen is blocking this pawn. So it's
Yeah, and
still
also if you leave this e6 square, maybe queen e7 comes with a check
yeah.
there.
So it's still a tricky position. What you could do maybe is to go rook h6, and after this check, surprisingly go to f7, so that this is hanging, and the king is no longer on this diagonal, right? And if h3, then I guess black can play a check and take on h3. Hopefully. But yeah, that's still a little bit messy. So we cannot say like, okay, now
Yeah,
it's
it's winning
clear
here for
winning.
one,
Yeah, there is still room to blunder something.
And this is the right moment to have the increment on the clock, because it's 41 moves have played, so now they have extra 30 minutes on the clock.
Right, so some... and also what's in progress as well is board 7, where I believe players have 3 out of 4, right? Not 3.5, but 3 out of 4. Asel Serikbay from Kazakhstan as well, I believe. Yes.
Well, the pawn on
Oh.
f3 is hanging with a check.
But it's
And,
white to move, right?
the engine is
The king
so
is
sure
the
that
king
white is winning.
Strange, right? The king is. I believe the move is bishop g4.
But then if you somehow magically get the knight on g5, that's that's not a
this one
checkmate.
is hanging, yeah.
That's not checkmate.
What I actually want to do is to take and go to g5, yeah, and say that all the black pawns are weak.
So when you go for rook a2 to grab
like
a3
you go
pawn,
rook a2 and then
rook
black.
takes maybe
You
b5.
you can take on b5, but even take on b5 is perhaps more precise. And if rook a3, then obviously just take this guy, go here,
And
go,
then push
go
h1.
h3 and so on, or h4. If you have a chance, of course, h4. But okie dokie. Lot of games finished on lower boards, as I can see, but yeah, still some are going. That's a big fight on board 32 between 1500 rated players. For example, some endgame is played here. Very stubborn. In fact, you can play for a very long time. Yeah, to nicely compensate each other. Those pieces on outposts.
Very close position,
like knight
no
on
open
e4,
file.
No open file, and if anyone, it's probably black who is trying to win, right? But how do you? Some a4.
Yeah, in this kind of positions, if you try too much, you might also create some weaknesses, and you can be also punished with that. So, yeah, I like black's position a bit more.
A lot of space, right? So,
Yeah.
Anything that may be finished already, but some spectacular, sacrifices? Have you seen anything today, or no? It's probably just too much information for us to proceed.
Not
Therefore,
too spectacular one, but in the open section, board 6, the game has been ended.
board 6.
Yeah.
Stefan
But it's interesting how they
has
reached this position.
yeah,
You
yeah.
can check it out.
So few moves back, or actually a lot moves back. What do you say? This king was actually never castle short, right? Even though it was somewhere here. Yes, it's this game. It's still
this
this game.
right.
We couldn't recognize it,
Yeah.
right? Rook g1. This have a5 for whatever reason. Queen b5. Bishop d4. Rook g3. Queen e4. And this knight on d7, which is completely pinned and far away, this is the knight that actually won black the game. Queen h1. Come on. If I would play one game like this, I think I'd be done till the end of the tournament. I mean, with that many things to sacrifice, to calculate. Knight d5, so materials equal. White has 2 passed pawns, but none of that matters because queens are on the board and it's more about the king's safety, which is clearly a factor in black's favor. Queen e4, b3, check, check. Whoa, so many tricks. And then queen c1, queen e1, rook c4. So this is how. Because, at some point stopped talking, was just looking at those moves, because that's just going through my head, like how intense the game was for the players. Like every single move, you had to be, you had to find, have to process a lot of tactics and then come up with, with some move. rook c4. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then takes, it's a check,
Knight
takes a
c2.
check.
He
He
still
actually
went for a
did-
check
He
here,
actually
yeah.
did give a check and then captured.
Queen b1 has been played,
Queen
and now
b1 and knight f1.
yeah. Shall we see this move, Queen h1? What happens after that one?
I think Queen h1 wins, no? Queen h1, Knight h1. Because a4, white is winning? Come on, why is that? Is it for real? This one, I still stop the pawn, right? Or not?
Let's try.
No? I'm not in the square. Wow, fantastic. I knew that this rook pawn is usually very dangerous, right?
Yeah, for
But I
knight cannot really
didn't
catch up in some
didn't
positions.
realize that it. No,
Yeah.
I could easily blunder this. Not like blunder, honestly, but simply I don't
You'd
believe the
consider
pawn is
that-
on
yeah.
a2. Come on, the pawn is on a2, and I will have a knight. Is it possible that I'm not stopping this pawn? And it turns out, yeah, it
Magic,
turns out,
magic.
yeah. And when I was referring to this position being winning for black, obviously I meant this: so that if you take, the king goes in a square.
Yeah, this is
Black is pawn up. Now I'm no longer sure if black is winning, but probably black is winning. So I will just go to this pawn, right? And yeah, probably should be able to
keep
somehow
the pawns on the
keep the
seventh
pawns
rank,
somehow, yeah, so
not
that
to allow white to get
the king
pawns.
cannot
Yeah.
interfere, and probably black should be winning. Anyway, so in fact, it was a very nice end to this game. Look, Queen b1. It's exactly what you, Keti, said, that white wants to keep the a2 pawn alive, right? And then even say he keeps a2, loses f2, doesn't matter. At least you have to have a passed pawn. And black found this knight f1. So now if you take a2 is gone, right? And after that, it's h5, making a luft for the king.
And we had here the resignation because basically you have to capture this
You'll
knight.
you'll still
and you're
lose the
losing
a2 pawn.
Yeah.
You still lose the a pawn. If you can, if you take with the king, it's queen h1, right?
Yeah.
If you take with the queen, you lose a pawn. If you give a check and then take king f1, still a2 pawn is under attack. Okay.
So this game has been ended. So did the game on the girls section on the fourth board. That
Still-
game ended in a victory of black pieces.
Oh, which one?
Fourth board.
Fourth board. Yeah. But it looked winning, and yeah. So black converted.
So far,
relatively
what we have
quickly.
here on the top boards up to 9, we have all the decisive results.
Not a single draw, yeah.
Not a
For
single
girls,
draw
not
in
a
the
single
girls'
draw.
section.
And will there be any? So board 10, a draw. Wait a second. Board 10 is a draw. Board 9, victory. Yeah. So board 7, very likely that white wins. Board 6 already won. Board 5, that's what we said. Black is apparently winning. And yeah, and board 2 as well, right? Impressive. 1 draw out of 10 games on the top board. And for boys, it might be right already a couple of wins. For open section, yeah, they are much more solid, it would seem.
Well, what's happening in this game? Let's take a look.
Bishop h5, yeah. So that's the second board, the game which seemed like ups and downs and so on. It finally seems to be leveled. Knight to d5. Feels like still it's quite possible to go wrong for both sides. What white might be thinking about is that you can actually take, right, and probably make a draw this way. Just take, I don't know, probably give a check just in case. And when the king goes, wherever it goes, I don't know where it goes, c7, you take e5. And this is apparently a draw for whatever reason. Now I don't even see how not to lose it. But
Yeah, knight
who
is
is black?
hanging actually.
Knight is hanging, and so does the
Maybe
bishop with the
check?
check. Again, I can do checks, and then maybe the king, if he tries to come closer to the rook, then black will have a check. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Just
Or
rook
maybe
G1
rook e2. How about rook e2?
rook e2 possible as well. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, 95. So rook c6 is an option, but then in this case, white of course has close to zero chance of winning. So maybe
I was actually
Kacharava
thinking
is
here.
looking for a way to win, no?
How about rook c6?
And
King takes c6, and now bishop f3. To have everything on one diagonal.
that's a beautiful position. Yeah, probably somehow black holds, but yeah, the picture is very nice. Yeah.
So rook
Check,
g1 check,
perhaps.
king b2,
King b2
and
just
now the threat is
go
knight
back, no?
c3, right? Or rook e5. So you have to move your king away.
To like d7.
Right. And now I can take the pawn on b5.
I mean rook
E5.
Rook e5
First.
and then rook b5. But, yeah, but that's, it's probably a draw, no? Even though, yeah.
The
still it's
open
possible to
section
win.
board 4 has been ended. They agreed on a draw.
So they agreed to draw. Samonenkov and Sonis. So if both two finishes in a draw, which is a very likely scenario, then means that
No,
nobody is
solitaire.
on 4.5 out of 5. So that means it will be a huge tie, because we'll keep 8 players who were in the lead, and plus anyone who was
Who
on
joined
3
back.
out of 4 and 1. So it'll be
Yeah, I think
10
there are.
people,
There is
20 people.
already someone who
Half a
won.
tournament will be. No,
Leaders.
it's not possible. Half a tournament on 3 out of 4. Probably for 4 out of 5. Probably not mathematically possible. But anyway. So, but there'll be a lot of leaders. That means.
Yeah, a lot of leaders. Let's then take a look on the board 5 in open section and check it out if one of these players can win.
Ivic, well, can win. You can always win as long as the game's going, right? And you've got at least some pieces. Realistically, will black win this one? I don't think so. Well, actually, if anyone's playing, it's black, right? I mean, it takes the g2 pawn up. Yes, the king is passive, the bishop is also passive for the time being, but you know, just start eliminating those pawns. Perhaps, you know, it's one of those things when the engine shows, okay, it's equal, but you have to play it right. It's not, okay, I mean,
Yeah,
for me,
of course.
equal is like rook endgame, 3 pawns each on one wing. then I don't care. I mean, I would probably not lose against the engine, right? But here, well, maybe it is equal, but still, it's black who's a pawn up. He has a passed pawn, so you have to
The
keep
bishop
making
as
good
well.
moves, right?
Sure.
Have to keep making good moves, and then it means it's quite easy to misplay. Yeah, rook takes g2 played. Perhaps the whole concept is that this king cannot really escape from the a file, and maybe e pawn goes. I don't know. Maybe you have to keep the h2. I would lose with white, almost for sure. He actually did play king d5. Yeah.
Right, he understood that it's time to push the pawn forward and get
right.
something out of it.
Takes, right, e4, and maybe just give checks, you know, make a draw this way.
And it's actually black who has to make a draw in this.
All of a
case.
sudden, like e-pawn is actually running pretty fast. The bishop is stuck, right, because the king is stuck on the a file, so you cannot really free the bishop. There will be a check on a3. Quite surprising. So boot 5, boot 6 already finished. Boot 7, white still did not convert it. I'm starting to think, Keti, is there a chance that white is not going to win this endgame. I mean, it is winning, I understand, but kind of
Actually,
that.
I think there is no improvement of the position we had
Yeah,
earlier.
that's what I mean. So that the trend is not in white's favor, right? Because he was like, okay, we know he was winning completely a few moves ago. We can clearly see that this is also like completely winning position. Before a4, okay, fine. King e4 is fine. But then, somehow, he had missed something. I don't know. c6, he is still winning, and I don't know what
How about,
went wrong.
how about king d3, c4 to create the
Yeah, but
weakness on
that's
d5.
exactly what we have to do, I guess, to go for c4, and somehow white's still hovering around, yeah? Yeah, let's say here, with rook on b1 instead of rook on b2, like just go king d3, black's waiting, and we go c4, right? Okay, let's say takes, and bishop e7. What I know for sure that this is a draw, I want to say. I guess. Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
King runs away, I think. If you play something like
Rook f1, and I think the right move is this, if I'm not mistaken, to let you cut me on the last rank, but not in this corner. Like with king on b6, slowly this king is getting pushed away. So, but with the king on the last rank, it's like white's almost winning, but not winning. Strangely.
almost winning.
Yeah, like this, and you stay here and here
In
I
the
guess,
center, yeah,
and
not
you
to go
can't
in
really
corner.
create enough.
Yeah,
threats.
because if you go to the h corner, then that's the wrong corner.
Yeah.
And if you go to the a corner, then white gets king on b6, and you're gonna get in the
I
wrong
remember
situation.
it's like it's not trivial, this draw. You have to be precise, but it is a draw, and it was demonstrated like for a few times.
You know what? Maybe we should go get the pawn end game. So let's play king to d3. Oh, let's make black has to move.
Okay, something.
King d3.
Again, something.
c4, d takes c4, king takes c4, bishop.
I don't remember what I was. Let's say go bishop
Yeah.
d6. Yeah.
Let's play rook at g2.
And let's say go to the field 6 rank, 6 rank,
Yeah.
or
We just won.
no, king
d5?
c7 back.
And
right?
here,
You mean somehow sacrifice the rook? Or?
yeah.
But I don't see how it works.
Okay, so rook g5, right?
Yes, king went.
Now d5. We have king
And now
there.
d5. Ah,
And
you're
king
actually
d5.
right, because now I think we are winning. But this is so kind of so narrow. Yeah, I think this is, once again, I'm not ready to bet on it, because I do not know the theory of this endgame kind of by heart. But this looks very, very close to being winning. I might be mistaken though. No, what's the way to make progress? Huh? Okay, come on. It's not the, not the only game we have, right? Not the only game we have. I have a feeling that there should be some kind of much easier way for white to win, just that I don't see it.
Oh, handshake on the second board of in the open section. I assume that's a draw.
Second board.
Oh,
yeah,
you know what happened?
It's a
This
draw,
rook
right?
e5 line and the draw for.
Oh, yeah, so
it
he
was
just captured
accepted.
on c6, took on e5 and offered a draw. Okay, So we probably should say that it's sort of an escape for Kacherov, right? At some
Right.
point his position looked quite shaky, and that makes it 4 draws on top 4 boards. And 8 leaders from the previous round
At
are
least.
joined pretty much with everyone who wins
in the
on
next
boards
board.
like 5, 6, 7, I don't know till what board. Yeah, but
Right.
I imagine quite a few people might join. And what about the girls? Still, the most important perhaps is board 2, where white is, I mean, for the situation on the very top of the tournament table, right? Where white seems to be making progress toward converting this game.
Yeah, it is really big
Wait a
advantage,
second.
right, for
Queen
white.
A7. Yeah, I mean, something was happening there. Like rook A3, knight is getting there, right?
You know what I was
Rook
thinking
A1.
about knight f3, knight g5 kind of idea. So can we do rook b8 check?
Rook B8, King H7, and
Knight
then knight F3.
Is not check right? Yeah, knight f3,
Rook takes, and then
knight
check,
g5,
and
another check.
how to make it even nicer? Or we don't need, yeah, another
Let's be
check,
brutal.
and what? An E5, right?
Yeah.
I guess, yeah, E5. And then Rook H7 cannot be stopped.
f5,
Still,
and I think bishop f5. No.
Bishop F5, G6, right?
Um,
Well, technically, you can already like take the the rook on B1 is winning. Probably this is easier, right? You take G6, you take, and then you take on
Then take,
H7,
yeah.
and
I
it's
take queen too.
too many pawns. But might be
Queen
no.
b5.
White actually went Queen B5, which is probably
So the
even
idea is
better.
rook
Queen
b8,
E8, yeah?
queen e8, and checkmate on the back rank.
Queen E8. Also knight F3 and Queen E8. Then you don't need the rook. Yeah, I think once again it's just.
That's it.
And yeah, and despite the fact black controls the A file, there's 0 threats to white king. Right, so I would.
Yeah, there's no even
by
check
that
here.
point, I would already conclude that black has to win this one.
Okay.
Queen E7.
Okay, the threat is bishop b4.
So
But you know what
this
you can
and this
do?
is
You can
possible.
do knight f3 anyway. And
Knight
after bishop
F3.
e4, now check, force this king to go on h7. And now rook to e8. So the bishop is pinned.
Wow, that's beautiful. Bishop is pinned, bishop
If you take, then queen
D3,
takes.
queen D3 comes with a check. Right. Ah, so that just wins on the spot, yeah.
Yeah.
Just wins on the spot, because I was kind of checking some other stuff. Yeah, so we do what? We go knight F3 first, or
Yeah. And just like that.
or check and
You can
it's
also give a
probably-
check on rook e8 to make sure that this e4 pawn is guarded
Yeah,
right away.
you can give a check, go knight F3.
No, yeah.
Then, because this leads to kind of the same line, and knight G5 is a threat, and if F6, then E5 should win. Yeah, by now we're just, I mean, exercising in finding more and more ways how
Being
white
very
is
creative.
how white is winning. Yeah, but there is little doubt that she does. Yeah, I'm checking if out of those games remaining, is there anything like super cool? So sorry, guys, who's watching this. There will be some random games, you know, popping on this screen, but I promise I'll try to find something entertaining.
Oh, there is very interesting endgame, rook endgame. Let me check which board is this in open section.
Ah, open section. Okay, open section is a lot of games still in progress, I believe.
Yeah, there is one
So-
of the boards, Seo Jung-min from Finland, I believe. Against
Sweden.
Sweden. Okay. We have it?
Against
Yeah.
Konstantin Payer, Austria, right?
Yeah.
Ah, this rook endgame.
So
Computer says it's a draw, you see.
it's very interesting actually.
Few moves ago. Look, few moves ago. Okay, they've reached this. And Compi was kind of optimistic for white. D5 and here white was completely winning, I guess. Yeah, right. H5 should win, no? I mean, H5, if you let me trade or you trade yourself on H5, then I guess it's just trivially winning because of connected fast pawns, right? And if you go G5, I have difficulties to believe that this is not winning.
Actually,
I mean, it's kind of
you are
extra
winning
pawn
right away.
and the H pawn, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's so hard. Maybe like computer will prove. No, I don't believe. I mean, I think white should be winning. But what has gone wrong for him? Because he was also doing the right thing. He went F4, rook B4, and then
Still winning. E5.
so check on D7, I guess.
Ah, now black is claiming that I'm staying on the 4th rank and you can't improve. How about to give a
H5
check?
is always G5, yeah? H5 is always G5.
How about to give a check now?
That's what he has done. And then he went king F3, and now the king is
Oh, no.
cut off.
Wait, how about rook d6 here?
Rook D6.
Is it so bad?
He goes back, I guess.
And now rook f6.
Probably pass.
And h5.
H5, G5, yeah. I mean, you could do H5, G5, check. And yeah, perhaps not winning. I think I've seen some win. Like, instead of king F3, what happens if we just go sort of straight forward?
G5.
This, go here, go here.
Maybe it's better to take with a g pawn. Oh, yeah, gf.
Take with the pawn like this, right?
To keep rook a6 check. And now check.
Tricky, yeah.
King f6 and f3.
King F6, yes, it's F3 and some checks from behind, yeah? Wow, what?
Yeah, I think our player is a bit shocked right now that this position is not winning anymore.
Still not too late to win it. Sorry, not too late to lose it with black. You may run into some like F5, King F4, King takes F5, and
How about rook a3 now?
yeah, that's what you.
King e4 and rook h3.
He'll probably block with the rook, I'm guessing. And then black just goes back, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so white really missed a chance.
King is already
Seems-
on e4 as I can see, so maybe after rook a3.
He
went
did
on
go. He did go. You think he did go King
Yeah.
E4, right? So after that, rook H3 is actually tricky, right? You see, I mean, somehow the compy is not very happy with rook H3.
On the second board, you can see that players are adjusting the board. So it means
It's all over, yeah, on the top board in the women's section. Oh, all three top boards, all three pairs of leaders finished, and indeed Kamalidenova wins with white and joins the leaders. The field of leaders in the girls section narrowed down from 6 to 3, and in the open it's other way around. It was 8 leaders,
Now it's
all of
more.
them made draws, and now it gets like,
Yeah.
even more people join. But yeah, but even though the top boards finished, still like out of top 10, still a lot of games in progress. By the way, this game still is going, and they find more and more tricks. That's board 5 we are talking about. Rudzinska and Randkovic.
Yeah, still very interesting.
Yeah, like when black was
position.
winning, remember that, I mean, something certainly going on. Yeah, h6 maybe it's not kind of not ideal, but still okay. Queen e7, and queen is going to h4, I believe.
Queen is going on h4, and if white plays rook c2 to avoid this checkmates, then it's still anyway knight h2 move.
Knight
out
h2.
there.
Yeah, perhaps knight h2 is a threat right here. And then when you take, it's queen h4 with a check, right? Like say you take on b7, probably queen h4 wins as well, but knight h2 should be good enough, right?
Right.
So still feels like black is winning, but it might take some time to convert.
Let's go to the open section and check out once again this endgame with rook versus bishop. We do have update there, and white has improved very much. Not this one, but I think on the board,
Which board?
7.
Board 7. So once again, a lot of draws, and here, yeah. I have to update, yeah? All right, so white somehow manages to kick the bishop away from the c3 pawn. We could follow it, right? Because we were analyzing. Yeah, so we had something like that. Rook on b1, and then king starts to march towards what? f5 and so on. King, check here, king f5, bishop c1, king f6. Rook h2. And I believe there's also a nice trick that after bishop e1, he probably win in many ways, but I'm guessing that's a funny move. And then rook h6, rook h6 is a threat, yeah. Rook h6 is a threat, so you kind of have to go here, I guess, and then rook h3 protect, and then king c7
It's
next
getting
move.
closer to the queen
So
side.
all the full circle, right? The king kind of gets to
Yeah, very nice idea.
yeah, finally found it. And yeah, indeed, it's on the board. Bishop e1, king d8. And it's not much black can do. Oh, wait a second. I said king e6, rook h3, king e6, rook e2 looks stronger.
Little bit stronger.
You
Just
also
a
win
little
the
bit.
bishop, yeah. The rook e2 looks stronger.
The game has been ended here after king d8, I believe.
Yeah. No, he did play king e6 and I think resigned immediately, seeing rook e2. Okay, so that's a win for Davtyan, Artur Davtyan from Armenia. No, wait a second.
Another
It's the other way
game,
around.
yeah.
Davtyan had
The
black
next
pieces.
game actually was something very
Board A.
similar, where
Petkov,
black had a bishop and white had a rook, and here look what happened.
No, come on. I mean, it wasn't similar because there is no idea of fortress, right? So here, I think white like wins in many ways. He decided this is the shortest one. Yeah, so I agree that similar in a way that you can simplify into the pawn endgame, but black was in the previous game. Black was fighting fine, and here I'm not even sure why it lasted so long, because you can see like 20 moves ago it was already like this. Anyway, so here white also wins. It looks like leaders all made draws, and then those who were half point behind, everyone...
They're joining now.
Yeah, like
everybody joins the party.
So Zhuzhinier is still playing on board 10, but the position is, I mean, it looked lost and still looks lost even though it didn't change much. So I mean, white is winning, but he's not making that much progress, it seems. Maybe he doesn't need to make just make your moves and
well,
yeah.
G4 is
G4,
happening right now.
It is some sort of progress, right?
And the thing is that also the A8 square is white, so this increases chances for white to get any position here. It will be winning. So what now white is trying to create a pass pawn now on the king side.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what to play for black. G6, maybe. As ugly as it looks, maybe G6. Because I'm really hoping that white's going to play H5, and then then I'm planning to take. I'm still lost though, right?
Yeah, because
Two
it's going to be
pawns
two
down.
pawns.
Yeah, I mean, I thought like pawns are closer, you know, maybe the king's going to run, but it's 2 pawns. Yeah. So perhaps white will win eventually. Okay. Still a lot of games in progress. I mean, I'm surprised. I'm surprised. Even like on the lower boards, there is something going on. Not to mention, you know, the leaders are still fighting, of course. So in the opposite section we have Ivic and Kosakovsky. This one, it's once again not the actual position. So that's the real position for Ivic and Kosakovsky, where it seems black chances are getting. Black gets some chances of kind of winning.
Yeah, somehow black started to push pawn, and now
still
this is a bit tricky, right?
Still,
you can push
this
b4 here.
Was so strangely placed. Yeah, b4. I don't know. Maybe still keep the pin or what? Or block the pawn. Maybe block the pawn. But then the bishop is free,
C7?
right? Bishop is free. Bishop c7, and we try to run with the king there. Also, these pawns are still.
Yeah, h5 or g5 can start to go. There are some chances. I think this is more chances here at this point.
Sure. So Kosakovsky might be getting chances against Ivic. And what else? Petkov is winning. Druan Agustin has already won against Davtyan. No, Davtyan won. No, Druan won. That's confusing. I mean, this format. You have to open the game and then you see who was playing white. Right? On board 10, yeah, that's endgame for Zhuzhinier. And how about other girl in the open section? Which board she was playing? Remember,
she was
we
playing
even
on
checked
30
something. Yeah,
30
let me check.
34, 30.
Can't find. She's still playing, by the way. Board 36. It's not the position, though. This is the position. Oof, that's...
Actually, her position in the middle game was very promising. I thought she already won by now.
Yeah. This is a very scary position, I have to say. White is scary. Yeah, I understand it's some sort of a fortress, right?
So white has to stack with on f5 pawn.
Controls attacks f5 pawn and basically paralyzes black pieces. If king f3 ever played, then rook f5 trading the rooks leads to immediate draw. But I'm just scared that somehow magically black you know, makes this pawn go to f4, and maybe it's still a draw somehow, but it can last for 100 moves. But this will never happen, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. Bishop. If bishop
Yeah,
c3
if you-
happens and bishop
Bishop
e5.
c3, bishop e5, then you can. Speaking of, right, bishop c3, bishop e5. Let's say white takes on b4, black takes on f3, then somehow.
But you know what? You can take on b4 with the king. And keep the eye on bishop on e5.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, let's show it. It's white to move. Yes, so bishop b1, let's say, and bishop c3, and bishop c2, bishop e5, and white captures on b4 with the king. Bishop is hanging this. Sorry, bishop is hanging this way. After rook g3, you can do pretty much
I like
anything.
king c4, king d5, king e6 this way.
So you really want to force a draw. Yeah, fair enough. This and king to, wait a sec, king to d5, and we will attack this pawn. Nice. Okay, anyway. We understand it's a draw, but it can last for some time, right?
Yeah.
Moves, 60
Can.
moves. Rook to d5 also makes sense. Yeah, why not?
Oh, we can go back to this game with the end game on the lower board. We had
Which end game?
So Zhang Ming against.
You mean the rook end game, which was winning and then was no longer winning, so maybe it's winning again, right? Perfect description of the game.
Yeah.
It was
A little bit up, I think. There.
It would be really lovely to see a number of board, because otherwise, how do you find it? Yeah, found it. Board 15. Board 15. And well, some magic happens here. So it was this, and king to e7 played by black. Okay, rook a1 now. e6.
Interesting, right?
Still a draw, right? Is there a way to go wrong, or maybe not anymore?
Oh, it went so many wrong ways in my head right now.
No, but wait a second. Isn't so what white wants? I mean, I don't quite
E7.
understand. E7, yeah, okay. Apart from obvious E7, what does white want? I mean, if I go like this, if I play rook to the last rank and try to put it here, so well, the ugliest possible way of playing this position, could it be that, you know, black is still making a draw?
King to...
Yeah, like king has to start moving. King f3 I'll probably lose, so king d5, yeah, two options, king d5. This is the moment you probably should go after the h-pawn. But even if if I win this and lose both, it's still a draw, right?
But you have to make a
H
draw
pawn.
with the... You need to play very precise there.
This, check, right? Maybe this, for whatever reason. You still cannot keep the
Yeah.
7 pawn. You go here,
Seven.
no, look, I mean, you go here, king f6, rook
And now
h7,
king
and then king g6,
We
and
just
also
lost.
black is winning. That's crazy. No, but imagine, yeah, like, you play for, I don't know, 50, 60 moves maybe in total with white, and you are so disappointed that it's heading towards a draw that, you know, you previously were winning, and then something like this happens. What a what a disaster.
Actually, check has happened
Yeah,
first.
a check
king
is
e2.
perhaps more precise. You can also, wait, if you give this check, then maybe king f2 And black is in a sort of a trouble, strangely, because you probably have to give another check and go back, but that's awkward. No, I think check is fine, but then let's just go back to d8 and then e8 and make a draw like this. I guess that's the safest bet. That's the safest bet. Could it be that we are getting some delays in, in transmission? Because, for instance,
Yeah, we are getting some delays today. I
because
also observed
look,
that.
Petkov's game must be over like a long time ago, I'm guessing.
Actually, they are still playing in
They
this
are still
position.
playing. Yeah, fair enough. But is it tricky? I'm just thinking. Okay, it's an extra pawn, and
Well, I saw
obviously
some drawish, like for instance G4. And if you play here inaccurate move and take H takes G, F takes G, and you take it. Is
but
there
why
King
would
F6?
why would you take it, right?
No, you should not take it, obviously.
This is still winning, right? No, actually, wait a second. If I'm not mistaken, this is a draw, right? You could think like, oh, okay, it's still protected passed pawn and so on, but it's a draw. It's some corresponded squares. So you go here. Basically,
You can't push
you gotta
H5
keep
here.
the position and kind of keep the opposition and can't really. White can't really make progress. I don't even remember. I think it's a little bit tricky. It's not trivial. So black has to kind of react accordingly, but it's a draw. So G4 could be like tried as the last chance. Yeah, maybe. Wait a second. If this anything wins now, I just go here.
Well, in this case, you get king on A4 and then push H4.
This, yeah, and you play H4. And
Takes
you win,
king
yeah?
F4 and then G.
And you win, yeah.
And on G5, actually, you have to get king back on E3, I guess.
Takes this.
G5, king G6, king G4, H3
Is a draw.
is a draw. So you have to play king to E3 here and
King
get this
E3.
king on F2.
And then you go here. Yeah, that's correct. Honestly, I'm still not sure. Why would you sacrifice an exchange? Well, simply because you believe it's winning, and then you're right. But
It's winning still. You
it
just
is
need to be
winning
very
and
accurate.
so on. But rook costs 5 pawns, that I was told. Bishop costs 3 and pawn costs 1. So you're losing material. But simplifying life, yeah, perhaps that's the... No, I'm just arguing that perhaps white should have put the rook behind this passed pawn a long time ago. He obviously was going for this sacrifice, and this explained his play. So it's just that, I mean, some people would have done it differently, but yeah, credit for his ability of calculating these lines till the end.
But he has a lot of time, so he can do that. Like for opponent game, this is quite a lot of time. Because mostly you have seconds and you have to deal this position in seconds.
Okay, and I keep forgetting what happens on board 5. We've checked it, like, it's this position. And now Ivic somehow found the way. Well, after b4, okay, of course. Why go rook b3 when you could go rook h3 and attack the pawn? And if the h-pawn moves, you probably go king f6, start taking those pawns, yeah. Takes over there, and then now it's just draw, apparently.
The game between Chu and Ishik has been ended.
It's over, right? It's bought 10.
G5 is the
Whoa,
last,
whoa, whoa, whoa.
last move.
It's so quickly, somehow happened so quickly. G4, G6, A5, King C6, E4,
Oof.
breaking through, yeah. Takes here, and then G5. Yeah.
What happens if he takes F5 there in that position? He takes F5.
E takes F5. I don't know. No, somehow it's still winning for whatever reason. Maybe you just take like this and win.
Probably.
It's kind of GF5 giving you extra option,
Yeah.
but perhaps you just take. King A5. The knight is kind of cut off, right? So you have the time to go to H5 to collect the H5.
Oh, that's yeah. Knight is completely out from
You-
the king
yeah,
side.
like you play 2 moves, you get it to D6. White goes bishop G6. Once again, the knight
Yeah.
is cut off. Yeah. Anyway, it's not a surprising result. After what we've seen, position after the middle game, right?
Yeah, white always had extra
White
pawn.
always had an
Oh, actually,
advantage.
pair of bishop advantage.
And it was pair of bishops. It was an extra pawn at some point for quite some time as well. So Ivic still playing. Petkov has this winning endgame, but it takes some time. Then this rook endgame on board 15 is still in progress, but it's a draw. Finished everything. Oh, okay, wait a second. 19, board 19. Tsvetan Stoyanov against Gatti now. Sorry, I don't really see. It's someone from France. I don't even want to attempt.
mistake,
Yeah,
right?
I apologize, but won't even attempt to pronounce the name because I'll make like bajillion mistakes. This looks completely winning for white. Yeah. So the question would be if the knight on c5 is actually not the knight but the rook. White might have been still winning because king can hide on g6 of those
Checkmate,
checks and yeah.
black's king.
But yeah, that's kind of a fantasy world, and here, to add to all the other problems black has, he's also an exchange down.
Yeah.
And you know that's one of the few games that are still running because yeah, okay, we have both 31. Whoa, that's actually a funny position. Look, that's
White
brilliant.
is actually losing
That's
the knight,
actually
right?
brilliant. No, White's losing the knight, but he's winning the game. That's a brilliant trick. Check. I wonder if it's... No, it's probably not the only way to win, but that's a very convincing way to win. Look, knight c2, king c3, and knight a1.
Love it.
And then, yeah, f-pawn wins the knight, right? You will have to sacrifice the knight. And this b3 pawn is a protected passed pawn. It's protected in a very ugly way with the knight from a1.
So after king b2, black
King
can
b2,
actually win the knight, but
yeah,
loses
you just
the
go
game.
f6. You just go f6, and not much black can do. Yeah, so this knight a1 is a really funny. It's a bit of a joke, I would say, like to win the game specifically this way. And yeah, and the final result is already there. Over here we have another, tell me, I tell you, another rook endgame, theoretical rook endgame, which is a draw.
Should be a draw.
Which is a draw. Somehow black keeps the rook behind, even though you could already go to the
Long
long,
side.
long side, yeah. This is it. Then Women International Masters still playing. It's absolutely equal still, so black just
Oh,
gave
black
away.
lost a pawn.
Perhaps given it away in order to somehow coordinate the pieces to continue the game. But I don't think it makes a lot of... Black will be able to make a lot of progress. And this is pretty much it, I wanted to say, but the run... Well, Please tell me. Ah, no, that's apparently some sort of a mistake. It cannot be board 60, right? It's the game that did not start it. It cannot be board 60. There is one game which reportedly did not start. I don't know what for.
Yeah, we're gonna maybe find out the reason for that. But for today, most of the games on the top boards.
At least we
have
know.
been
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. But
ended.
do we know all the leaders now? Let's please find out. So for the girls, it's very clear, right? It's 3 wins for the leaders, so they are in the lead, and that's
There
it.
we go.
For boys,
These are the results of today's matchups, and
for the open section, we have all leaders making draws, all top boards making draws, and
then we have on the 5th board this game very likely to end in a draw. But then we have on the board 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 results. So a lot of players are
a lot of
joining
players
right now.
joining,
the leaders.
and it will be it'll be Yosipenko playing on board 1. I can tell you. I can see the future. Tomorrow, Yosipenko will be playing on board 1.
With black pieces.
This
more
is not
details.
guaranteed, interestingly, but I can guarantee board 1 because he's in the leading group and he's the top seed.
All right, let's call it a day. So it was quite a long day for everyone, and fighting games. Although with all the draws in the open section, first 4 games draws, and the 5th probably also drawish. It was, most of them were huge fights.
Yeah, all of them were fights, and I'm just trying to recall. Yeah, I think all of them passed the time control even.
Third board
apart
was
from third board.
early
Yeah,
draw,
there was
yeah.
some repetition right after the opening. But he was so nice to give you an interview.
Yeah,
So-
and I took advantage to ask him also on the
On the previous
game.
games,
Yeah, that
yeah.
was very interesting game. And in the girls section, we had
3 results on
decisive
top 3
results
boards,
on the top boards.
and also a lot of other, I believe, well, the percentage of games drawn is much lower in the girls tournament.
Yeah, so still some games are in progress right now, and guys, if you want to check out the results, go ahead and do that on chess.com/events and find the event World Junior Championship 2022, and you can see all the results, or chess results is out there too. It will be updated in the end of the day. So that was it, and we are inviting you tomorrow for round 6 at 3:30 Central European time, and we're gonna see another round of this tournament.
Yeah, I think how it goes. It's round 6 and then round 7
And then we
round
have
8
and
9 and up
We
to
have
11.
in between we have a
In
rest day.
between,
Let's not take this
That was
away
my little
from us.
secret. No. Okay, see you
Okay.
tomorrow, guys.
Bye, guys.